That's the way, I like it,
Hello. Hello. Good morning. Hey, Bobabio. Congrats on being the first today. Hello, Dark Matter 2. Hello, Gadden. Welcome in. Hello. I'm not sure why I'm saying it like that. I've been playing so much Slormancer off stream, guys. I think I played 2 entire days. Just grinding and refining the build a bit. I did switch over from light shield to normal life. So we're sitting at 34k life right now. And we're using this thing to boost the max life. That's a nice streak you got there, DM2. Very nice. Let me just go over the gear real quick, actually. So we've got this thing with max life multiplier. And this is really a big part of my survivability right now. These gloves, Immortal Grasp. Whenever you're dealt damage, you restore a lot of life over the next 7 seconds. And that life restore is based on my skill and elemental damage, but mainly the skill damage, because I don't have a lot of elemental. So I basically have... Let me do the math real quick. 17083 divided by 7. That's 2400 healing per second. Whenever I take a hit. It doesn't stack with itself, but it keeps refreshing for every hit. So I keep this up at all times, basically. When there's a lot of monsters. And then these boots also keep me alive by staggering the damage. So that it's not dealt in a single hit, but over 10 seconds instead. Those two items combined just massively boost my survivability. I can still die to really, really, really high damage. But, yeah, this really helps. Other than that, I mean, I got the cleanse on the amulet because it's really good for getting rid of Shadow Curse or Shadow Confusion. But it's still not enough. I should probably build some tenacity or something to deal with debuffs. Max Reaper damage multiplier. I don't know if this does much. The shoulders are not a high priority. This gold is fine, and radius is... I can't play without this anymore, it's so good. I don't have to go out of my way to pick stuff up anymore. It's so nice. This thing where they drop extra gold is just because I couldn't find any other useful cape legendaries. There doesn't seem to be that many for my build that really fit the bill, so I just went with this for flavor. Same thing for the armor. It's just a nice armor multiplier, nothing exciting. And some life regen on belts. I also considered the one called Cowards something that restores part of my missing health. But it ends up being such a small number most of the time, so I didn't bother with it. Hey, Aita. For the rings, there's a bunch of options, but I decided to just make sure I have enough mana on hit, so I don't run out. And then I have... my rain of arrows will trigger occasionally. It's a lot weaker than I thought. It doesn't seem to trigger all 3 of the arrow... what are they called? Volleys. It triggers 1. But it's still a decent way to get some mana back from mana on hit, I guess, occasionally. We've fully leveled our ultimatum. I decided to keep the area damage reduction. And I switched over to the big fury. Just maximum raw damage. I've spec'd into toughness for the most part. We want... the main thing that we want from here is... where is it? It's actually that one. It's pretty early on. You get elemental resist based on a percentage of your armor. I think this is pretty much mandatory for most builds. Just the first 15 points in toughness. Because then you can stack armor and get a decent chunk of LA resist on top. My LA resist is still kinda low compared to my armor, but it's free. Like, I don't have any LA resist on gear, pretty much. Maybe one added flat from gear, I don't remember. 1 or 2? What else? right, yeah, the ancestral tree as well. We have, we're still keeping this. I might spec out of this with the amount of life on hit and mana on hit and leech that I have on gear. But the main things I'm going for here are raw damage. Just these two help with the raw damage a lot. I've also unspec'd a bunch of points, because since I have, where is it? Sorry about that. That one. I get Reaper damage based on the difference between my minimum raw damage and minimum elemental damage. So the less elemental damage I have, the more extra Reaper damage I get. That's why I've uninvested my Slorm from these nodes that I'm not using. And obviously I've maxed out all the investment in every single skill for the granted raw damage. I wonder why it ends up at 3999 and not 4K. Have I missed 1 point somewhere? Or does it just end up at that unsatisfactory number? That is the question. Does look like every node says max. What about these ones? Oh, I missed this one. There we go. 4K. Man, that was bothering me. +1 raw damage. Max out all upgrades and passives on the Fair Suntress. There we go. That was an achievement as well. We now know. I got a bunch of Slorm. So I finished the Warlords off stream, and it enabled the Primordial Netherworld, which is the same pretty much, but at Wrath 10. And that's the way you can get more nether charge in order to get purple items with, I think, item level 120. But we're not really bothering with that right now. I think the Netherworld is probably the least fun content for me, because of just how oppressive these cataclysms are. Especially the multi-cataclysm ones. Where are they? There was one that was particularly oppressive. Where is it? Yeah, the shadow ones. Where everything has shadow curse. Those are awful. And then there's a fire one that just deals insane damage over time to me. I don't remember where he was. Oh, this one. 200% increased fire, ice, lightning, etc. And then all the damage over time effects that are possible to put on there. This was a nightmare. You like my stuff then? I can ignore Shadow and Light. What is your build getting? What is your, like what are the mechanics at play in your build? And why can you ignore Shadow and Light? I've got a lot of movement speed. I think I put movement speed on every single item that can roll it. And we're at reinforcement 13 at the minimum now. With one item being 15. Hey CQ, welcome in. Yeah, Zoom Zoom is really fun. Let's do a quick battlefield on Wrath 10, just to get warmed up. My staff makes it so I can reserve mana over 100%. That converts into damage from reserve as well. Just stack shield from runes. Huh. The Thornbite shield? Nothing costs mana? Oh. That sounds broken and fun. By the way, I got the... since I killed the Slormancer off stream, I got the bow from him. Where is it? There. Vengeance. This is the infinite stacking one, where you just get max life and raw damage based on the amount of victims. It seems a bit broken, but also it takes a long time to get all the victims you need to get it to surpass the Big Fury. It kind of feels cheesy, though, to just grind a ton of victims and get infinite health and damage the more you grind. But yeah, as you can see, we are demolishing Wrath 10 now. Unethical version, yeah. Highly unethical. Man, I remember when they were always saying that builds in PoE are either ethical or unethical. It's also not necessary. Mobs only have so much health. Yeah, but you also stack your own health. You can stack your own health with that weapon to the point where you're invulnerable, basically. If you get enough victims. I'm definitely not invulnerable yet on my build. With the Big Fury bow. Although... in order to do that one Warlord, I did switch over to Aeondi. And just had unethical levels of light shield. Where is it? Where is Aeondi? I don't remember what... oh, there it is. You get a lot of light shield from that. That's basically what I had to do to get through that that Fire Warlord. It had way too much dot damage otherwise. That Fire Warlord I had to change to Leech Weapon as well. Yeah, I already have like a ton of Leech in my base build, but it wasn't enough. There's not enough monsters to keep me leeching long enough. I just needed a ton of extra survivability for that one. It was a bit of a pain. With that weapon, if you stick with it, you can replace most things for damage into Magic Find and Gold Find instead. True. Man, I do want to make a gold finding build at some point, because it gets really expensive to craft gear. And I'd like to do at least one build for the other characters as well. Preferably builds that are very different from the one I'm doing for this character. Alright, I'm warmed up. Let me just kill the Slormancer, because I didn't do it on stream yet. I'm basically using the exact setup that I used to kill the Slormancer, except I've reinforced some of the items a bit more. So it should be no problem. He did seem to have some one-shot abilities that ignored my health, though. I'm not sure. It's a bit of an odd fight. But I'll see if I can get it first try. No grand monologue. That's fine. So this ability I think can one-shot you. These arrows that they throw. Or the little, the small projectiles. I'm not sure. It's very unintuitive, because I don't think these big beams or anything will one-shot you. But the tiny ones from the ads. The shadow ads. Hang on, I'll catch up on chat after the boss fight. It is way too hectic for me to read right now. I think I also got one shot if I got too close to him at some point, so I just don't go past the blue carpet. I want to be careful here with these shadow ads. Ooh! I was not too careful there. We gotta kill all the breaches for him to phase. Did we not get them all? Oh, we did. See, I'm worried about these projectiles. They seem to one-shot me. Sometimes. Oh! I just took a lot of damage. Not one-shot, though. Interesting. Alright, let's try to get him down before he does more of that. Damn. Did we get him? We did. Okay. No. Defeated again. Adam trained you well. It's a bit of an odd end fight, to be honest. Well, let me catch up on chat. I like that there's a weapon that is based on mastery ranks, but with Primordial makes it so you can't get more from having the highest ranks. Yeah.
Hey, you fishy fella.
Stacking MF and move speed with the Vengeance, yeah. Hey, Dingo Breakfast. Honestly, you could do whatever build you like with this if you have enough enough stacks on it. It does feel a bit cheesy, though. I don't get this. Total damage taken, 69k. Nice. Highest damage taken, 1058. What? Oh, maybe because it's staggered. My boots might have staggered the damage. Yeah, but if my biggest hit taken was 1,000, then I didn't really take much damage at all. But I guess that would mean 10,000, because it's a 10-second stagger. Even 10,000 shouldn't be that big of a hit, unless I took more than 3 of them simultaneously. I was almost dead, like my health was down to 3k or something at one point. And I didn't even see what hit me. It's so chaotic, that boss fight. Alright, let's do... Maybe we farm some kills on the Primordial Vengeance. It does mean we can't get experience anymore. Or Slorm. But I think I have enough Slorm at this point, right?
Hey, you there. Yeah, you, fishy fella.
Hey, you. Hey, broken one. Surely this is enough Slorm. I wonder if I can invest in the entire tree on this. Probably not. Probably don't have enough for all of this. I think I'm not ready for Wrath 10 yet with this. We'll try it, but I don't think I have enough kills to make it smooth. See, the elites tank a bit too much on Wrath 10 still. So I might want to drop down to Wrath 8 to make it quick, and then farm Forge. Because in order to kill in order to farm more victims quickly, you need to one-shot the mobs, basically, to get a quick Forge run in. Should be able to do that on Wrath 8. Maybe I should put a pinned message with my current task. I might do that. I think if I ever try to do the Primordial Nether to completion, I might just do it with a really stacked up Vengeance, because honestly, the Nether is not that fun to me, with all those Cataclysms on every single one. It's just way too chaotic, and a lot of annoying map layouts. But I do want those level 120 items for my next character. Making Slormanade, yeah. Delicious Slormanade. I never checked while farming, but does Wrath 10 Forge have more enemies? I don't think it has more enemies, it just has a lot of reward multipliers, as well as multipliers of damage and stuff. I mean, we could test it. Wait, indirectly it does. Because you can't do the six gates open on the lowest Wrath. I think it was either 2, 4, or 6 that enabled the higher number of gates. There were 2 thresholds, I believe, but I don't remember where the thresholds were. 6, I think, is where more gates open. Yeah, maybe. We do get more spirits, though, from Higher Wrath as well. We're almost halving our spirit rewards by going down to 8, which is kind of sad. We'll do 1-8, and then maybe we'll have enough kills to go to 9 after that. I read that Forge 4 is good to start farming kills for the weapon. Really? How so? I can definitely do 8 very comfortably and fast. We'll do 8. Ended up doing 10 the whole grind because of better rewards. Yeah, but I can do... 10 is so slow right now that I can probably do 2 runs of 8 before I finish a single 10. That's from 0 though? Yeah, true. Yeah, I've already stacked up about 48,000 kills, yeah. It doesn't show the same number on the Primordial and the other version, but it does count. It does count them all. It actually counts kills from other characters' vengeance as well. So if I did the Knight's Vengeance Sword, it would add to the same victim count, which is really cool. All 6 different weapons will stack together. So it adds up the victims from this bow, and then the staffs, and the swords as well. Alright, let's just start. Let me put a pin message here. Farming victims for vengeance at the moment. Those that know what that means will understand. Maybe I'll have to explain it to some people that are newer to the game. Oh, I should remember to actually progress the waves. I wonder if I can still get Slorm from the Warforge, even though I'm using the Primordial Vengeance. Probably not, I would say. Wait, it is stacking it there. Like the number on the bottom of the list. That is still progressing. Even though I'm not supposed to be able to get Slorm or XP. We'll see if I can actually loot it from the chest, though. Ah, I keep forgetting the waves. I'm not fully warmed up in my brain yet. Ice Ray, max life. You can actually see my own max life steadily increasing, by the way. Like, if you look at my max life number, it is ticking up slowly as we kill more monsters. I saw that the next patch seems to have auto next for Forge. Ooh, nice. Although, I could see that maybe being disruptive if I'm already clicking a spot on the screen. I thought about it yesterday. Like, what if I was clicking in a spot that will pop up a bad challenge just as the challenge pops up? I hope they prevent inputs during the pop-up for the first second or so. Because you wouldn't want to accidentally pick a bad challenge with auto pop-up. Shadow symbol is kind of annoying, but it's mostly fine since I have the cleanse on my amulet. Another good thing about this bow, by the way, is that it counts as every type, so all the Reapersmith rewards are boosted, instead of just one of them being boosted. So it's a good weapon to use for the forge runs in general, if you want to farm those spirits. I think I'm probably gonna be ready for Wrath 9 after this run. It seems like I'm doing a lot of damage. We cleanse that shadow debuff. What is this? Ooh, hello. Quality every time you complete a wave. That is huge. I think that's huge. That should give us 88 more quality throughout the run. I'm so addicted to the music in this game, by the way. It really gets in my head. I keep humming it when I'm not playing. Especially that one epic song. I'm basically at the stage where I just add legendary effect to all my gear and swap it to purple. So just need gold. Aw. Can you swap your own... Like, how does the purple stuff work? Can I upgrade these to purple, or do I need to replace them with found purple items? Replace. Hey, Crank. Welcome in. Need to replace all of it? Okay. So I'll have to find some with decent pure stats for my build. I might do a different build when I replace the gear anyway. It seems like a good opportunity for a replacement. Especially if we keep using this OP bow, I can basically do whatever I like with the build. 3 grafts per purple, so you can transfer stats. Ooh, that seems advanced. Interesting. Okay. I guess we'll work on that later after I get this bow to be extremely OP, so we can just brute force the primordial nether. I do want a lot of Reaper spirits for I want to max out all the affinities in order for the leveling on the other characters to be smooth and easy. Technically, I don't need all, but I want to at least get the affinity for the weapon I intend to use. I think for leveling them, we'll just use the trainee. So we need Corey Ironbender to max. I should probably be focusing more on specifically Corey spirits. Light totem is fine. Crafted the trainee weapon for all the classes pretty early, yeah. I think I got it just by coincidence on the mage early on. And I might have crafted it for the knight. One thing I noticed is that... let me look at it. You can keep leveling this. I wonder if the cap... I wonder if it's uncapped. Because mine is level 522. And I also wonder if this bonus transfers over to the other classes, if I've leveled it on this class. Like, does that experience gain transfer over? I like that there's a lot of really chill grinds in this. Like, I can just mindlessly play the Forge and level up a bunch of different Reapers. Try out a bunch of builds. It doesn't take a ton of effort to get a build going, which is usually the case for ARPGs. I agree with what you said. Warlords seem like the most boring part of the game due to the annoyance of some of the effects. It's twofold. It's the cataclysms being way too oppressive, especially the crowd control ones like the Shadow Curse and the Ice Blast, I believe, that freezes you completely. I'm sure you can build around them with either resistances or tenacity, but I don't have those things. I don't have enough of those things currently. And the other part is that the layouts are kind of annoying. I'm so used to the 5th zone layout that is just an easy square grid. So when I have to go back to the graveyard or other layouts, I get lost. Especially the gardens. The gardens are so bad. And then it's hard to keep up your momentum with the leech and the life on hits when you get lost. Because you can't stop killing monsters if you want that leech to keep going. That was the biggest problem with the Fire Warlord, that I just kept getting a small dot that just killed me because I couldn't find anything to leech without also causing new dots on myself. Unless I want to do an ethical rune swap for shields, I have to clear a bunch of enemies before I can start popping them, which seemed a bit annoying. Haven't done much Warlords, okay. Tenacity. Less than 5k HP, so I die super early on them. Yeah. You should probably do a different build for the Warlords then. I think. On the bright side, it's really easy to do different builds in this game. To try different builds, I mean. I went from having a very specialized version of this build with Aeon, but I ended up not liking the ramp up at the start where I don't have health, or I only have 1 health and no shield. So instead I went for a more generic raw damage and hit points build. And that can basically be swapped over to any other skill in the tree as well. Less than 5k HP when I get ramped up. I got an almost perma 300k plus shield. Yeah, you can do the same with Aeon. Like, I got up to 1,000,000 shield at some point with Aeon. Where is it? I keep forgetting where it is. Don't know what the weapons look like. Not these ones. There it is. See, I got, with this and some of the light things in the ancestral tree, I easily got to several 100,000 shield. And I just brute forced the Fire Warlord with that. Shadow debuff deals 40k HP without any Shadow Res. Really? I didn't know that it dealt damage. The thing that gets me is the fact that it prevents recovery completely. so I can't recover any health or mana while I have the Shadow Confusion buff, or debuff rather. And that's really problematic. I just can't do anything while it's up. That is also the reason why I got this legendary effect on the amulet, so I can clear that debuff. But it has a 13-second cooldown, so if I get it twice, I'm kind of boned. Okay, what can we get here? Adrienne. War chest quality for every type of loot. Goldus equal to Slorm. Sure. Let's do that. There's a debuff when the enemy gets... One enemy gets chosen? Yeah, that's the same debuff. That's the Shadow Confusion debuff. I think all types of shadow damage can apply that debuff. But the shadow... The one where it picks an enemy to get chosen, I think it's guaranteed to apply it. And same with the rune that you leave on the ground for yourself. While, if the enemies are simply shadow imbued and deal shadow attacks, I don't think it's a guarantee that you get the application every time. You drank all your coffee. No! That is really problematic. I'm actually awaiting a shipment of great coffee today. But I also drank all of my current cup. So we'll have to fix that later. Picking light and shadow without any fear? Yeah. I mean, I don't like to pick the shadow one, but the light damage is nothing to me. It doesn't do anything. I mean, it does have my armor. Sometimes the light imbued enemies can break your armor. You got max tenacity? Oh. So is 100% the cap, and what happens if you have 100%? Because I might retool some of my gear to max out tenacity as well. 100 is cap. Okay, so what happens if you get a debuff while you're at 100 tenacity? Do you just not get the debuff? Lightning bolts. Also, does it affect all the debuffs that can be applied? Like lightning bolts and stuff like that? Nothing? Nothing happens? Wow, that's crazy. Oh shit, I picked a really bad one. The ice bombs. It's just against slows, etc. You take the damage. Yeah, sure, the damage, but it is not the damage that is the problem for me, at least. Hey, said Ava. Good meowing. The problem for me is the lack of regen. The inability to regen when shadow confused. It just completely scuffs me. Also the ice bombs, when I get frozen, I can't do anything for a long time. It's just for movement debuffs and knockback. What about stuns or freezes? Does it work against those? Nope, really? I think further testing is required. Light damage. Nice. This node is kind of fun. It does definitely increase the time it takes to clear a wave. But you get a lot of projectiles. Because there's more enemies to fork from. For the freeze, you need ice res. Interesting. I actually have another solution to that problem, though. That kinda works, but it requires me to actually ramp up first. Let me find it. The, where is it? Unrelenting stacks. If you get enough unrelenting stacks, you can just ignore the debuffs, because these will clear a negative effect when it's supposed to be applied. And I found that to be a decent helper for some of the Shadow Confusion warlords. You want to use it with the rune that makes it repeat 10 times sometimes to get more stacks. Gargantuan for 3 waves is fine. In fact, I'm pretty sure Gargantuan is just fine altogether currently. My life pool is steadily increasing. 47k. So there's actually a reason to build specific resists rather than just generic elemental resist then. That's interesting. Because I don't think generic Ellie resist does anything to debuffs. Oh, here's the Shadow Chosen. Let's do it. I'll just keep an eye out for the debuff and then use my talisman. Hey Varun, Shadow Resist is so goated. Yeah, maybe I should... I was gonna swap out a fork anyway. Like, I wanted to make the build more generic so I can switch around which abilities I use. So I might try to replace fork and rebound and stuff like that on my gear. Maybe I'll swap in some Shadow Resist and Ice Resist. Oh, I have the debuff. I cleared it just as it was about to fade anyway, though. It's sometimes hard to notice. Hey, Sully. Good morning. Slippery ice is fun. If you up Ice Res, you get a chance to ignore the effect. If you up Elemental Res, you just reduce the damage. Yeah, that makes sense. I honestly feel like the damage portion of it is not a big deal, except for the Fire Warlord doing a lot of burning damage. It's mainly the negative effect that is problematic to me. But honestly, if we can stack the victims high enough on the Vengeance, even getting those debuffs won't matter. Because I'll just have too much of a health buffer. It'll still be annoying to get frozen and stuff and be unable to cast. And apparently unable to talk as well. I think my mouth got Shadow Confusion. What does the Quarry look like? Isn't that also red? Move the Ancestral points around for the res. Wait, there's Ancestrals with Shadow Res? Where? Oh, I saw it. Light and shadow res. Interesting. Yeah, I would have to move the blue stone then. I'd lose a bit of damage, but I guess it would be worthwhile just for clearing those specific warlords that have a lot of shadow stuff. That's a good call. I keep forgetting to do next wave. It's so much harder to focus on the next wave while also talking to chat. My attention is divided. There's also a Reaper for each element. Yeah. Do you guys know what the element the witches have with the silence? I can't stand that. It's an AoE on the ground that you can move out of at least, but I don't know if it's an element or not. My guess would be shadow though. Maybe shadow or light probably. But I'm simply guessing. Wait, there's one Reaper which gives specific... Gives you percentage reduction to specific elements you're imbued with. Okay. I think I misunderstood. I know there's one Reaper per element as well. What is the name of the Reaper you're talking about, Salim? Decreased enemy damage. My build is placing down clones and totems that shoot a beam. Don't know a lot about the game because I don't have to deal with it. Yeah. Suffering from success. Let's do blindness for the rest of the expedition. It's gonna be annoying, but it's better than them having 75% more life. I actually like not having my arrow shot imbued, because it makes it a lot easier to see. When you imbue arrow shot, it just fills the screen with effects. Elemental overload. Oh. I was actually playing around with that one. That one's a fun one. I didn't realize it also gave resists. I didn't read all the text, I guess. Forge is placing down all three and then just running around with inner fires. Oh. I do want to try an inner fire build. Are you mage, Gadden? Or knight? Or maybe you're huntress as well.
Hey, you there. Yeah, you, fishy fella.
Hey, you. Hey, Prostatnik. Mage, I see. And the clones generate inner fire if they charge for like 5 seconds. Oh, so that's how you make the inner fire. Interesting. I was wondering about that, because I was trying to look into how to build inner fire on some characters. This game looks interesting, never heard of it before. It is really good. If you like ARPGs. And it's really cheap as well. I strongly recommend trying it. Careful though, it's kind of addictive. Yeah. True. It's such a simple game. Like, it doesn't have a ton of content, but it reuses content in a really clever way. Hey, drink vendor, welcome in. Have you seen the light shield arrow shot builds? I used Aeon up to the end game, and then I kind of got sick of it because I didn't like not having shield at the very start of a run, and it felt kind of momentum based because you need to keep leeching and hitting stuff to keep the shield up. So I wanted a simplified version where I just have health and good flat damage. But I am aware of Aeon and the light shield thing, and the ring that increases damage based on your light shield as well. That's really strong. I never used it though, because I didn't have it at the time. According to the hours I have in PoE, I think I like ARPGs, yeah. There's an endgame one that basically just puts you at 400k perma. Do you start with 400k where you, like, the instant you enter, or do you have to get momentum to get that 400k? I actually had over 1 million. I had over 1 million in the Forge on my last stream when I was doing Aeon. Start with 0, but you right-click once and have overrun 50k. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Not receiving damage. They will receive damage. Don't worry. Yeah, there's a lot of fun, overpowered combinations in this. I look forward to exploring more of them. A lot of rebound and fork. Ideally 100% rebound, visual clarity is cooked. Yeah. Oh, you got an ads. That's unfortunate timing. I'll just wait. I really do wish I could just turn them off. Is it a Huntress thing? No, it's Aeon. Let me show you. I always have trouble finding it, though. Not that one. Where the heck is Aeon? Is it this one? No. Oh, it's right next to my Vengeance. Okay, there it is. Aeon, the Primordial. You should have this on the Mage and the Knight as well. But you basically do this weapon and a bunch of life on hit and leech. And then you also... There's a ring effect that I can show you later on, but there's a legendary ring that adds the damage based on your shield. Which is crazy.
Aloha.
Hey, Cappy. Aloha. Thank you for the resub. Really appreciate it. Need to complete my Reaper collection, yeah. There's a video, but I don't know if we can drop links. The link will just get deleted anyway, because I only allow VIPs to post links to combat spam bots. But I'm probably not going to watch it during the stream anyway, but I am aware of some of the mechanics at play. Wow. Canadian Google? How dare you? This game is what you get when you have thoughtful mechanics and then make them actually work well together, yeah. The only thing that's kind of lacking is the monster diversity and the map layout diversity. Like, there's not a whole lot of actual different maps, but maybe they'll add those in the future. They have such a good core foundation to build on if they decide to keep going with it. My biggest complaint is the tooltips. They need to be better. Really? I found them to be quite informative. Could you give an example of why the tooltips are not great? You say this is only one part of the game, but this Hades-style gameplay is all I see. Have you seen an ARPG before, though, Cappy? Like Path of Exile? You have seen PoE? Okay. Well, this should remind you of PoE a bit. This kind of skill tree. And then there's also this for... Well, this is more reminiscent of Last Epoch or the older Diablos, I guess. Diablo 2. How certain things scale or interact with each other are not explained well or at all. Sometimes there'll just be an unexplained keyword in a tooltip like trigger X, and X is not explained. I see your point. There are some things that I had to go a little bit out of my way to find the answer to as well. But it is still way... It's way easier to learn this game from just playing it than any other ARPG that I'm aware of. Like, if I went into PoE with no prior knowledge, I wouldn't know half of how to make a build. Like, I would just have to do hours of research outside of the game. PoE 2 does a better job at it? Oh, interesting. Well, I look forward to playing it when it leaves early access. But I am not getting stuck in PoE unpaid testing hell again. I'm not doing it. I'm gonna play the finished product this time. And hopefully they actually end up testing the leagues and stuff before releasing the leagues for it as well. Like, I just got really burned by PoE 1. By how unfinished the game ended up being most of the time. How buggy the leagues were. Decreased damage from yards between them, sure. Especially not since you have to pay $30 for early access. I'm pretty sure I have early access from being a long-time supporter of PoE 1. If I wanted it. I don't know if you guys know this, but I actually designed a unique in Path of Exile 1. The Carcass Jack. That is my creation. I was kind of sad to see that I don't think the Carcass Jack was added to PoE 2 yet. I don't know if they will add it at all. But yeah, I had alpha access for PoE 1 as well. I don't know if I have it anymore because I don't check anymore. Is it a weapon? No, it's an armor, a body armor. Designed to blow up corpses, basically. I mean, it's just generic area of effects, damage and radius, and a bunch of life. But I really wanted it to fit like a corpse explosion build. You can link it? Yeah, you can link the carcass jack if you want. I actually started my streaming journey with PoE. I was streaming mostly level 100 grinds with rain sounds in the background and not much talking. It was a very awkward stream. But we had a few dedicated viewers. Increase damage, yes please. Resistance to damage over time. I wonder if I can cheese the whole inability to loot Slorm. What if I just swap my weapon before I loot the box? We'll try that, actually. We're approaching the final waves here. Soon I'll get my reward. Now I want to check if I have Carcass Jack on my account. I'm sure you've found plenty of them. It's like... it's not super rare. So a specific example for tooltips, I'm using flashing darts, so there's no skill tooltip for flashing darts. All you get is a little text on hover that says, flashing darts deal elemental damage and pierce enemies. 40% elemental damage. Well, that would be 40% of this number, I think. The average elemental damage number. Also available here. Right? Well, no, because the number shown is 5 million. Huh. Well, then I have no idea. That's not 40% of my LE damage. I mean, some of the tooltips are missing a bit of context. That is true. I wish there were hyperlinks for the tooltips. Like, let's say I see a thing that I don't know. For instance, Frostbolt. I don't know what a Frostbolt is. This is another example like yours, Sully. Hey, Uncle Mel. You transform all frost spikes into Frostbolts. I wish I could... Oh, I can hover over it, actually. It shows me what a Frostbolt is. No, it doesn't show me what it is. It doesn't show me where I can get Frostbolts normally. But if I could click onto Frostbolts and find more context there, that would be helpful. It's a bolt of frost. Oh, okay. It's actually a decent armor as well, unlike most of the Playwrighted stuff. Well, that's usually not the designer's fault. It's the original unique philosophy of PoE. It used to be uniques needed to change the way you play without being universally powerful. And I actually had to fight a bit to get enough life on my thing. I had a bit of back and forth in emails with the guy that was helping me design it at GGG. I didn't want it to be overpowered, but I also didn't want it to have no defensive stats at all, so we decided on like I think it was 80 or 100 life at the time, I don't remember. I think they actually buffed it more than I wanted them to. The life total on the item. But I'm fine with that. They went through a lot of the uniques a couple of patches ago and increased most life values. Well, the thing is, PoE has changed a lot over the years. They have gone through multiple iterations of massive overhauls of systems and design philosophies. There's the whole one of the biggest ones was the defensive rework, where there's they added a bunch of new mechanics. I don't even remember what they're called anymore because it's been so long since I played PoE. There's like a mostly mandatory defensive stat in PoE 1 where it greatly reduces your damage taken, but I don't remember what it's called. Lightning bolts. Fortify for melee? No. That was also a thing. You used to be able to get Fortify, like the full Fortify buff on casters as well, just by shield charging with a Fortify support gem. But they nerfed that to be based on the damage you deal with the attack a long time ago. But you used to be able to get the full Fortify buff just from using shield charge with it. Such a cheap defensive mechanic. But the mechanic that I'm thinking of is something else that you put on gear and you need it in order to not get completely obliterated. I just can't for the life of me remember what the stat is. You need to cap it, basically. Oh, this was wave 100. Nice. Cap. Yep. Yeah, it's not resistance. Hang on, this is actually bothering me a bit. Let me find... Let me look on PoE.ninja and find just a random build. I'm sure it has that mechanic on it. Damn, that was not a good example. This guy's using all sorts of uniques. Damn, where is it? Did they remove it? I'm not seeing the stat on any of the characters I'm looking at anymore. I haven't played PoE in a while. I just can't remember what the stat is. Surely some of the highest level characters at the early stages would have it at least. Oh, I can't remember. I can't find it, actually. Never mind, it's not important right now. Oh, I forgot to swap my weapon to get the Slorm. Oh well. There's a lot of those, but that's a thing with PoE loot in general, even though you'd think that unique should be something you maybe want to pick up in general. There's a lot of trash uniques. Once you've gotten to the end game, you don't really want to pick up every unique anymore in PoE. Pretty far from it. I'm trying to collect every unique in this game as well, or legendary rather. We're pretty close, but I think I should do some nether farming for specific ones. I want to show the ring for Aeondi, by the way. Where is it? I don't remember what it looks like. This one, Auzen's Acrimony. Your primary skill deals additional damage equal to 20% of your current light shield. As you can imagine, if you have like 1,000,000 light shield, this will deal a lot of extra damage. So that's a good Aeondi legendary effect. Finding a unique in any other ARPG is like, oh nice, but PoE it's this shit again. Well, the thing about PoE is you can't really play it without a really strict loot filter. Otherwise you just end up doing inventory sorting non-stop. That's what's really good about this game, to be honest. The Filtrotron is such a well-done mechanic. You can filter exactly for what you need, pretty much. And it doesn't drop you with way too much loot in general. Hey, Loisel. Alright, let's up the Wrath to 9 now. That should be doable at this point. With this many victims. Might have even been able to do 10, but we'll do 10 next after this, maybe. You can really tell it's pretty much a one dev that made it all, because it all works well together. Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe that's an advantage of indie games in general, that there's not too many cooks in the kitchen. So if they focus on the mechanics they want with a less is more approach. You have a shared stash? Yeah, you have... The only thing that's not shared, I think, is your Slorm. And the Reapers. The Slorm number is not shared, because that's specific to your character. And obviously the experience, so the other characters are unleveled. Also, no one around to ask, is that idea too crazy? I think that's also a deliberate choice, where they wanted this game to have a lot of OP builds. They didn't really care to balance it to make everything the same. I think that's a good idea for this game. Just have lots of OP wacky builds possible without nerfing them too much. Everything doesn't have to be equally good. Compare it to D4, where they have a lot of stuff where nothing works together. The devs don't even know how the game scales. Yep. I mean, I wouldn't know. I didn't really play it to the end game at all. I just tried parts of the campaign with Game Pass at some point. I got bored pretty quickly of D4. Quack! Hey, Kadank. Quack morning. One build tops at billions, another at trillions. So silly. Sillions. Ooh, can we do this? This has been the bane of my existence sometimes, but I think I have enough damage at this early stage of the run. It is such a risky modifier to take, because you can basically soft lock your forge if you, if your monsters are too tanky and just out-heal your damage. Especially the golems. Elite golems. Slow fireball, I'll take that. This is after the devs have gone, we cap damage. Well, Blizzard, ever since World of Warcraft, they have a long history of just exponentially increasing numbers for no reason to make the previous tier worthless. I think that's just bad game design in general. I strongly disagree with that approach. If you look at games like Diablo 2, even the early game items can be useful in the end game, because there's not exponential growth on the amount of stats on them. It's a more linear growth, and if you high roll a lower level item, it can still be useful at the end game. And I think what Blizzard is doing is just trying to artificially inflate the grind in the end games for their games, and not in a fun way. I think we might be able to do this actually with 50k life. Let's do it. It is a dangerous debuff, or buff rather, for the enemies when you kill a bunch of them. Hey Lord Fratos. Oh, if you follow that link, I should note that I have swapped out my bow for the Vengeance, but that's the only change. I was using Big Fury Primordial for that build, and for the Slormancer. But now that I have the Vengeance, I'm trying to farm some victims to get a bunch of free hit points and damage. Oops, I forgot to trigger the wave. There we go. My mage feels bad and I'm looking for a new build. Well, this is a potential one to go for. Honestly, for the Big Fury, you don't really need anything specific on your gear either. You just stack raw damage and defense. And I think you can get most of the way there with projectiles and stuff just from the arrow shot skill tree. Like this fork, this fork, this fork. That's a lot. I guess you might want some rebound on gear as well for one of the passives. I actually didn't care too much about rebound in my recent re-gear, though. How much do I have? 80% still, that's decent. Although 100 would be preferable. But I'm trying to move away from fork-specific building to just going a more generic damage build so I can swap my skills around more. And now with the Vengeance I can easily do that by just inflating my damage number and life number. Oh, there's a siege leader. Yeah, he's a bit tanky. I might not be ready for Wrath 10 yet. Until we farm some more victims. Goldus for every Slorm. Obelisk rewards are increased. I don't tend to go for these obelisk ones at all. Let's do Slormaline quality. Oh yeah, a big thing is spend Slorm on skills you're not using. Just max out every skill, basically. It gives this number, the flat granted raw damage. That's really helpful. And same thing applies to this tree as well. I ran from PoE 2 and its mess-up mechanic, and I hit the Adam Nostra trials. What a buzzkiller. It's not that bad, though. You can just outgrind most mechanics in this. But at the Adam Nostra's fight itself is pretty rough at the stage when you actually reach him. Additional elite enemies. But yeah, the ancestral tree gives flat elemental damage, basically, and there's some nodes that give raw damage. Mainly these two are the strong ones, but this one's far away. Elite enemies. Burn. You unlock the boss after the first trial, but it's not meant to be killed that early. Yeah. I tried him at the earliest convenience, and he was way too tanky for me at that point. One thing that's really nice about this game, though, is that there's no penalty for dying, as far as I know. Like, there's no durability on your gear that gets taken away, and you don't lose gold or anything. So you can just try and see if you're ready for it or not. If you die really quickly, then you're probably not ready for it. Not gaining influence in battlefield, Sage. What do you mean? Oh, since you die, yeah. I mean, it is a drawback to dying. If you die, you don't get the end reward for things. Like, if I died in the Great Forge, I would still get some of the rewards in the chest, but not some of the boosted modifiers, the multipliers on them. But still, it doesn't take away things you've already earned, basically. It doesn't reduce your experience like PoE, for instance. It doesn't take away your gold. And it doesn't delete your character. I don't think I would want to play this game on hardcore, to be honest. It is way too chaotic. Thanks for showing that farming spot the other time. Using the XP Slorm Reaper in that spot, I went from 65 to 100 in about 2 hours. The XP scaling gets out of hand once it gets primordial. Ended up with 2,300%. Wow, that's crazy. I didn't know it would go that crazy. Massive fireball. Yeah, let's do that. One thing I'm not looking forward to is farming influence in all the other zones. I basically only like the layouts of the final zone. Especially the gardens are such a pain to navigate. I'd really like an alternate way to farm influence that did not involve me navigating the gardens at all. By the way, Sully, we're talking about the training bow, right? Or training weapon. Does this give you XP bonus for other characters' version of it? Based on the ones I've earned on this character? Or do I have to start over with the bonus when I do another character? Because I currently have 694%. I wonder if I can just keep that for my mage and knight. Don't know, only played one so far. Okay. I guess I can test it in a bit when I switch characters and try to level. I have the weapon on at least one of them, maybe both. You think it's per class? Aw, that's unfortunate. Ignore the first hits. Yeah, the Reaper Smith can forge a weapon, but that only allows you to find the weapon, basically. It doesn't... If you've already found it, you can't use it. And I don't think it carries over stats that you've earned on other characters, unless that weapon specifically has that mechanic built in. I'm more curious if there's anything to gain from doing the campaign. I don't think you can. I mean, you can play through the zones, but you don't actually have the campaign available to you. You can just go back and replay certain areas, but you've already played through the campaign, and that's... Yeah, it doesn't really give you the quests anymore. I don't think. I'll take this Goldus. Wait, it converts it, though. Damn. Alright, I guess I'll have 50% Light and Shadow increase for the foreseeable future. It tracks it per class. It does? Really? Wait, where? Per map. Oh, whether or not you've completed every map. I see what you mean. interesting. Yeah, I wonder if there's achievements tied to that. I know what you mean. Boosts everything. Yeah, let's do that. 5 waves, we'll have no life leech, but we have life on hits. Area is fine. I know I could be level 100 before I could finish all the maps. Yeah, it might be better to speedrun them with a high movement speed build towards the end of the process after you've geared up. I don't know. But again, I don't know if there's actual rewards for it. What about achievements? Slorm, banners... I don't see any campaign-related achievements specific to the classes. What is this villagers one? Purchase items. Craft a Slormancer. I haven't done that actually. Graft 3 stats or other effects onto the same nether equipment. How do I have 2 out of 3 for this? I haven't found nether equipment yet. At all. That's a bit odd. I don't think I've found a single purple item yet. That achievement might be bugged. From what I can tell, there's no achievement from doing it on all classes. Yeah. Maybe just if you want to have absolute 100% completion, you can do it for your own completionist sake. After you're done with all the achievements. But I don't think there's any benefit to actually just completing the campaign missions on a second character. There's a lot more to grind before you get to that point, though. Like, every Slorm Reaper to Primordial is kinda grindy. There's 120 total. Although some of them will complete multiple at once. Oh, nice. This is my favorite part of the soundtrack. This song right here. It always gets me pumped. Enemies area size? Sure. Damn. These are kind of bad. I guess we do explosions for the rest of the run. Wait, that's Slorm quantity, though. I don't need that. Lightning bolts for the rest of the run can be annoying as well, but okay. I'll deal with the annoyance of sometimes having my skills on cooldown for longer than expected. Tenacity. Shield. One of the worst for me is the fireball that follows you. Really? I find that that one doesn't deal enough damage to be an issue. Unless it's boosted by multiple other things. Like in that Warlord. Can't just stand there without any care. You can do that with everything else. I see. Yeah, I realize that my build is kind of high effort compared to some of the more broken builds. I do actually need to move around and shoot. I'll do molten lava here. I mean, I could stand and tank, but I get silenced sometimes. Yours is more active. I'd say that's generally a good thing. That depends on how... How do I put this? It depends on how ergonomic your mouse arm setup is as well. Like, you can get really tired and develop RSI if you have to do a lot of aiming and moving in ARPGs. Honestly, I feel like it would be kind of chill to play this on a controller if you played a build where you don't have to aim. But for aiming, I definitely need the mouse. Lightning bolts. I'm dying as well. Oof. So much lightning. I wonder how the menus work with controller. Like, can you fully play this with just a controller, I wonder? Comfortably, I mean. Saw some archer build briefly that doesn't require even shooting. But it just auto-triggers your abilities. For the rest of the expedition, rewards from normal challenges are increased by 100%. Huh. I think we'll do that. As it states, no buttons. Where are you finding these builds, by the way? Is there like a single website that has a bunch of build guides, or the Discord server? Oh, I'm in there, but I should probably have a closer look at it. Let's make the whole arena slippery for the rest of the run. I like that. I actually enjoy the slipping ice cataclysm. Feels nice. I love adjusting my momentum and having... I don't know, it's something about this type of movement. It feels a little bit better than the normal movement in some ways. Not if you're trying to go fast to get to a specific place, but it does feel kind of chill in some ways. Someone made a big sheet filled with builds. There's one for each class, 0 to hero. Nice. Yeah, I'll definitely check that out at some point. But on the other hand, I don't want to get too spoiled on the builds. Like, maybe I should try to find one build for each character on my own first without looking anything up. Like I've done with this build, I started completely blind. I didn't look anything up. And then the other day, I checked out one video by Don the Crown, I think, and took some lessons from that video on mechanics. Like the whole raw damage stacking. I wasn't stacking enough raw damage on gear before I watched that video. But he was using Void Arrow instead of arrow shots. So at least I didn't copy the build. I think Void Arrow is probably stronger in some ways, because it can just delete some of the monsters that are harder to kill through the wormhole mechanic. However, I don't like that you have to manage Torment. Having to do a rotation to have the Void Arrow be free to cast, or instant, rather, is super annoying. I don't want to do that. Enemies gain a damage multiplier every time you complete a wave. I don't think I've seen that one before. How many waves are left? 33. So that would be a total of 66% more damage. That's okay. I'm not gonna die to that. Each of the 0 to hero is pretty much having one skill to do all the work with, and then just investing into raw damage. So if you find something you'd enjoy more with the available for the class, it's probably better for longevity. Yeah. I mean, I already know how to get to the end game with a new character. I just stack raw damage and use the big fury bow, or... well, now I can use the... well, either the trainee one for XP, or big fury for damage. Can brute force the end game. Or brute force you into the end game, rather. Very easily. If you just stack raw damage on gear and the tree. Doesn't really matter which skill you use, I think. As long as there's some synergy in your skill choices. But I do want to come up with some kind of interesting combination instead of just going for the brute force raw damage approach for my next characters. Blindness. More interesting, I'm doing infinite banner spam. Made it to 300 banners on screen. Wow, that sounds really interesting, yeah. Hey, the hottest dog, welcome in. There's so much wacky stuff you can do on this. Ooh, we're definitely not doing Shadow Clone for the rest of the run. Might do light damage, that's fine. I'm still surprised I keep playing. I usually get bored when you break the code for the games, but I still find it enjoyable. Just having played D4 might be part of it. Yeah, by comparison, this game is a masterpiece. I mean, even without the D4 comparison, I really think this game is a masterpiece. Sure, it has some shortcomings, but it's just so solid, mechanics-wise. It really took me off guard, just how good this game is. Caught me off guard, that is. Really incredible for such a small game. It's a bit similar to Chronicon, which I like, but this one's so much better. Oh. What is Chronicon? I haven't heard of that. Is that also an ARPG? Can we tank this fireball? I think we can literally follow the fireball around and tank it. Solo dev game as well, pretty much similar graphics also. Okay. Blindness, we'll do that. Yeah, we'll go to Wrath 10 after this one. I think we have enough victims now to deal with Wrath 10. Ignore the first hits. Nice. So one thing I definitely want from my next build is the ability to ignore these projectile shields mages. Like, I don't want my range damage to be stopped by those projectiles. Or by those shields, rather. So I need to find something that completely bypasses those. These guys. I can already kind of do it with Rain of Arrows, but that takes more effort than just spamming my arrow shots. Ice damage, sure. Projectile range or this. Let's do that. Max life. Oh, that's a lot of Goldus. Let's get it. It honestly feels like gold is the main limiting factor for crafting gear at this point. Especially when you need to add legendary effects as well to the gear. But I'm sure there's a lot of potential for specialized gold farming. There is a Slorm Reaper specifically for Slorm and gold farming as well, but it might be better to just do this one that I'm using right now and then just do the whole gold farm thing from gear instead. Not sure. Because with this one you can just brute force the ability to do Wrath 10 no problem and do it quickly. More chill. I'm getting a lot of these Rest of Expedition ones this time. I guess we go for that one. Another one. Okay. We don't care about the regens. We'll do that one. I feel like this chest is going to be pretty juicy at the end. Despite the fact that it's not Wrath 10 yet. Oh, next wave, I forgot. I need more Adrienne for one of my runes, I think. I need a lot of most of the Reaper Smith spirits, to be honest. Especially Corey. I do look forward to having just all the affinities maxed out. So I don't have to think about that anymore. Then all the spirits can go towards just upgrading runes when I need them. Attack speed, nice. 6 more waves. I'll do the massive fireball here. Sure, I'll risk the extra damage for another 500% gold almost. Seems like a good deal. I don't think I've seen my life drop below 90% at any point anyway. During this run. The next challenge is of rare quality, but that was wave 100, so we'd never get that challenge. Wow. What a scam. Alright, this time I'll remember to swap my bow. Because I can no longer gain Slorm. Let's just swap to, whatever. And then see if I get the Slorm or not. I do get it. Nice. So we can cheese that restriction by just swapping the bow just before we take the chest, I think. Hey Awaz, welcome. I've got all of these already. Okay. That was a good raw damage one. We'll keep that for crafting. Maybe not that. I don't know. It's okay. We'll see. I'm trying to gather some gear for future characters as well. These are both rings. We don't have those ready yet, so that's nice. Oh, that's a big raw damage buff on these. But I already have two with 3 exclamation points on raw damage. I'm not gonna bother. I think we go Wrath 10 now. Hey Janito, I have a question. I don't get influence. Well, you only get influence from doing battlefields and completing them without dying. That's how you get influence. I think. Yeah, I think that's the only place. You're welcome. Yeah, we're able to do Wrath 10 no problem now with this weapon. That's good. We have enough victims to start farming at the highest level. I just really like the movement of this build. I love zooming. I actually did take a little bit of damage there from the fire. Not too bad though. And we're not quite one-shotting elites yet, but I think maybe just 1 or 2 more Great Forge runs and we should be at that level where the elites are just deleted as well. Right, see when I head home from a battlefield, I get influence at the end. 240 influence earned from, well, specifically for that wing. That's how you get influence, Janito. I've been really slacking on my influence for the other wings. I basically only do the royal wing because it has the most comfortable layout. Alright, a Wrath 10 Forge. You can see your influence level with P. Yeah. 10, 6, 12, 11, 68. I think it's pretty clear which one I prefer to do. My highest isn't even 20. Ooh. I did a lot of battlefields for some reason. I kind of like it. What makes influence? Don't really understand the question. Opening breaches? Yeah, maybe. I guess maybe the number of breaches affects how much you get. Move speed, nice. So yeah, you just want to open as many breaches as possible. I mean, if you have influence, you get benefits out of it. Yeah, I heard that it affects the nether world somehow. I don't know exactly what it affects specifically, but the netherworld farming gets some bonuses from influence. Maybe someone else can shed some light on that. But it's an endgame farm thing, where you can get purple items with level 120. Not receiving damage is fine. It might have been better to stay at Wrath 9 for one more run, because I am seeing them tank quite a bit. I can't really increase their health more and have it be comfortable. So I'm gonna have to avoid tank modifiers on them, especially the permanent ones. Otherwise this run will take too long and not really be efficient. More enemies. Just can't find legendaries. Maybe 2 or 3 in one round of Battlefield or Great Forge. Kind of unlucky. Well, you don't actually need legendaries in the early game, I think. And you can also craft the legendary effect that you want on your items if you have enough gold for it. I would honestly just focus on epic items in the early stages. In the early mid to end game. I mean, sure, there are some cool legendary effects. Not really early game or level 60. That's basically the mid game in this game. Like, I still didn't really have legendaries until level 100. I mean, I had access to them, but I didn't really use them because they were too expensive to craft properly. If I wanted the specific legendary effect. Oh, this is temporary, so we can take a life boost here. So I should level 200 first and then go for endgame. I think you should start focusing on getting your endgame gear at around level 80 or 90 maybe. Or at least starting to farm for the specific items you want to craft. Hey, around 80 or 90. Yeah, 90. Hey, Corrido. You can upgrade the item level through crafting as well, so as long as it's level 80 plus, it's kind of fine to upgrade it later. I think I waited a bit too long to finalize my gear. I waited until I was already 100, and it was not really necessary. I could have done it sooner. Right, so on my gear, let me show you my gear real quick after this. The only legendaries that are really helpful to my build are Immortal Grasp combined with Sorrowzill's Pact. These two add so much tankiness by just staggering the damage and healing over time. Then also, I guess the max life multiplier on this also helps a lot. But basically, these three items are the main... are a big health boost. I could do without any other legendary effect, honestly, except for maybe the quality of life of the Midas Collector. That's really big. It just feels good. But other than that, only Immortal Grasp and Sorrowzill's Pact are necessary for my build. And they're only necessary in order to get to the final endgame content and get comfortably through it. Like, they're only necessary for Wrath 10 and the Nether Realm. Before that, I was using Epic Gear as well. Just pure Epic, no legendary at all. You rolled each stat perfectly before upgrading it as well. Yeah, I think at this point, I don't have any stats that I don't want. It's not completely perfect, because I have too much armor penetration. A little bit too much. But I think I need to reinforce all my items a bit more before I can take one armor pen item off. And still be at 100. Before gear, I'm focusing on getting my weapon to Primordial. I mean, if you farm either Great Forge or Tempopotamus level 4, you can quickly boost the weapon. I think the Great Forge is probably the best content in general, because it gives so much XP and loot, and it's just really comfy to run, as long as you're doing it at a Wrath level that's appropriate for your character. You don't want it to be too much of a struggle. I really enjoy the Great Forge. Oh, next wave. Invincible enemy. Damn, I'm getting way too many shocks. You can get kind of funny rolls on Forge as well. I had one where all the options were spirits. Yeah, that's one of the common ones from beating the Siege Leader, I think. Sometimes you can get it without beating the Siege Leader as well, but it's really nice if you need the spirits for affinity farming or rune upgrades. Man, I can't wait for the shock effect to be gone. It's super annoying. Yay, slippery ice. Yeah, let's do slippery ice. I love it. I got the all spirit, but before I had 2 of the stones, and then added that I got extra spirit for each stone. Oh, the obsidian thingies, yeah. That's nice. There's some sick synergy to be had. Wait, can you still get the obsidian things even if you have all spirits? Do you have a go-to effect rune set? Yes. Let me show the one I'm using right now. Since my build has a lot of modifiers that increase my mana cost to kind of ridiculous levels, I always use this activation rune. I spend a lot of mana and instantly recover it from mana on hit and mana leech. So this one's pretty vital. And then I use either the sharpshooter for easy content, or where is it? Retaliating Foresight for debuff content, like warlords with a lot of shadow confusion. This basically gets rid of the debuffs very quickly, or just makes me immune to them. And sometimes if I need more health, I use the Thornbite one. That just makes shield. But for both the Retaliating Foresight and the Thornbite, I use the one that triggers 10 times. Where is it? Yeah, this one. And for the projectile one, I just use lowered constraint so that it activates more consistently. I mean, I guess for the Great Forge runs, it would also be good to do, instead of the constraint one, you could do the one that... Where is it? This one. Every time you trigger it, you gain an effective rune stack. Throughout the duration of a long forge run, this will get maxed out, basically. And double the effectiveness. That's another option. But that's not very good for faster content like the Netherworld. Or like shorter content. It's only good for Great Forge, basically. Or if you're farming Battlegrounds for a long time. Without leaving. But yeah, if I wasn't spending so much mana, I'd probably get the activation based on kills instead. But I am spending a lot of mana on my attacks. I think I go out of mana if I don't hit an enemy for like 3 attacks in a row. Let's try it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4 attacks is how much mana I have. Reaper Smith. Oh, that just converts to the one I have the most of. That's not really what I want. I'll do war chest quality. I don't want that. Let's just do the light beams. Oh wow, I've been live for 2.5 hours already. Time really flies when you're in the Great Forge. I want some more coffee after this run, I think. More speed. I'll give them some more damage. We should be fine. Look at how quickly my maximum life is just increasing, by the way, from kills. Every 10 kills I get 1 max life, I think. Damn. I don't want to increase their max life anymore, because we're kind of low on damage for Ref 10, to be honest. It'll get better with a few more runs like this, but for now we're still kind of slow on the elites. No, I don't want that, that's for sure. Let's do war chest quality again. Lightning bolts. More of that. I wonder how much, how many Reaper Smith spirits I actually have available right now for crafting. I might be able to max out another Reaper affinity. This one's free pretty much. When do swords typically go primordial? It depends on how much affinity you have. Let me show it real quick. After this selection. Where do I see it when I'm not at the forge, I wonder? You to see it properly. But let me... You see the top right number here? This one has 66. That's the affinity, and that will reduce the threshold level for primordial. I think the lowest you can get it if you max it out as damn, I don't remember what level it turns out to be. But you can see if you talk to this guy outside of the forge, it shows you what exactly the affinity does. And you can see how much it reduces the primordial threshold. We'll do this obelisk. It restores life to another random enemy, that's fine. Wait, where is it? Oh, there it is. It's on the left side. I thought it was always on the right. Every obelisk I've done before has been on the right side. This is the first time I get one on the left. They are tanky. More quality, I'll take that. Large fire waves or ice bomb. Let's do fire waves. Movement speeds. Give them tenacity here. Okay, it's on my side now. I don't know what the bonus is for having one of these, actually. Other than it tanks hits for me, because the enemies will attack it. But I honestly don't know what it does unless I pick a specific bonus that gives something explicit. Based on having obelisks. It might not do anything when it doesn't have an additional modifier. I don't see any new buffs on my buffs bar from having this. More attack speed, more gold. Yay, slippery ice. Gotta love it. Nice, even more gold. Wow, that is a lot of projectiles in one place. I don't want to slip into that area. See, this is the problem with the projectile-based builds. These mages will just keep a safe zone for other enemies. Unless I rain of arrows them. Or get really close. Lightning bolt upon dying is a bit annoying, but it's manageable. More speed. Right, my obelisk is about to die. Rip. Recast chance, sure. Oh, actually I took damage there. Let's be a bit more careful about approaching them then. Life and mana regen. Oh, I don't want to do that. Finally got 100% Shadow Res to clear the Shadow Warlords. Nice. How many pieces of gear did it take for you to get 100%? Like, how many of your gear pieces have Shadow Resist? Fineness. 3 plus the Ancestral skill. Okay. I guess that's not too bad, but it's kind of annoying to have to do that just for one type of warlord. Thankfully, the crafting in this game is pretty chill. It's pretty much deterministic if you have enough resources to go through all the rolls. Area size, sure. I guess I could try some primordial nether once we've gotten a few more of these victim farming runs in. But I want my health a bit higher, because the primordial nether is pretty rough. Damage-wise, I think we should be fine at this point, though. Massive fireball. Lightning bolts on the sides, sure. Where is the massive fireball? Oh, there it is. It just stayed out of view for so long. Oh, give them light damage, that's fine. I hate the shadow symbol, but I can at least cleanse it with my amulet whenever I run across it. Whenever I do the shadow symbol, I tend to run in a square pattern around the map. And then by the time the shadow symbol... By the time I make a full lap, the shadow symbol will have spawned and despawned in my path, so I never actually walk over it. I'm not even noticing it right now. Where is it? Am I just blind? Ooh, 4 waves of this for 552% gold. That's crazy. Yes, please. Yeah, I'm really not even seeing the shadow symbols at all. Oh, there it is. I saw it there, but by the time I get around to that side again, it's despawned. As long as I don't speed up too much by tumbling. Slippery ice. There we go. Should be easier to see the symbols as well with the brighter floor. Don't really like the 2 extra duration for waves. I guess I'll risk doing an ice bomb here. Hey Infusionists, welcome. My build is slightly different right now, because I've swapped to Vengeance, which you get from Oh My God. The only change is I've gone from Big Fury Primordial to Vengeance Primordial. And we're currently farming victims to make the Vengeance even stronger. Shield equal to max life? Sure. I think we're at the point now where my damage is still a bit lower than it would be with Big Fury, but the extra health makes up for it. Did the patch already go through for the automatic wave start? No, Sheddies. I'm actually manually pressing Q to trigger it. You can rebind the key. It's L by default, but Q is much more comfortable. Are you using the ring that autocasts Rain of Arrows? I am. It's not very good though, like it doesn't happen very frequently. I was honestly quite disappointed by the frequency of the Rain of Arrows. But I'm also manually casting it. If you only use the arrow skill, you can use autocast Rain of Arrows to give you cooldown buffs. Your arrow shot fires faster. Wait, what? Where is that? Oh, the delighted. Well, it has the while delighted requirement. The problem with that is if I tumble, I lose it, right? I don't like being forced into a specific rotation is the thing. I think I prefer my current setup. That's also why I'm not using Void Arrow, because it needs a specific rotation in order to get the Void Arrow to be fully charged. I don't like that. I like having the freedom to do whatever feels appropriate for the situation, rather than alternating specific attacks. Light Totem. Thank you for the tip though. I wasn't aware that you could reduce cooldown with that. Seals of Blindness. Sure. I'm excited to try just a completely different build on either the mage or the knight, though, at some point. Yay, more slippery ice. I love it. Also, since we're not using the Big Fury anymore, we could adjust our Ancestral Legacy setup and get some imbues on our weapon attacks. Could go with either ice or light, or even fire. Might be interesting, but it also does spam the screen a lot more with effects, making it harder to see. I honestly like the unimbued arrow shot, mainly for the visual clarity. It's much easier to see what's going on with the regular arrows. There was a moment in the last stream where we were using Aeondi with light imbues, and the Great Forge was just completely covered in light arrows. I couldn't see anything other than light arrows. It is kind of hard to dodge ground-based effects when that's the case. That's also why I've turned off a lot of the damage numbers and stuff like that. It's for visual clarity's sake. Like, it's not really useful information to see how much damage each individual arrow is dealing when it's just gonna spam the entire screen anyway. And we do have the damage per second at the bottom right, which can give me some indication of how I'm doing. Let's do that. Aw, no more ice. Lightning bolts on the sides, nice. Life and mana regen's pretty much free. Another lightning bolt thing. No, let's do attack speed instead. Area. Okay, 5 more waves. And then I can go get some coffee real quick. Ice Ray, Slippery Ice, or Corpse DD? I would go for Slippery Ice, honestly. I don't mind Slippery Ice at all anymore. I think it's fun. I actually had permanent Slippery Ice in the previous Forge run. From an early stage of it as well. This gives more spirits, otherwise I'd take the elite enemies. I feel like every time I pick it, I die a couple of rounds later. You just need to practice your ice skating then. I'm a very good ice skater in this game. As long as it's an open arena and not like a garden or graveyard layout. I'm not a very good ice skater in those places. Yeah, those were some of the most annoying netherworld missions where you had slippery ice and other ice effects in really tight quarters, like dungeon or garden layout. Dungeon, garden, cemetery. Yay, slippery ice. Life leech is pretty free. Oh, this is the final wave. I think we're at like 250k or so victims total. Something like that, judging by my life pool. Let's have a look after this. Wait, no, that doesn't make sense. It's 130k-ish. We have some kills on this one as well. Wait, 160k. Wait, how does that make sense? What am I missing? I shouldn't try to do math. No, it's 130 something. I got confused trying to add up the numbers. Right, we swap bows so we can get the Slorm anyway. I guess that's a pretty decent forge run for spirits. Did I get any new ones? New legendaries? This one? No. No, I don't think we got any new ones, unfortunately. That's a good max life roll. Almost maxed. On a ring. Decent life on hit, but not good enough to keep. We have some 3 exclamation mark raw damage and attack speed bracers as well. But I think I already had a bunch of good bracers, didn't I? I'll keep the attack speed ones. Yeah, this ring is only 1 exclamation mark on armor. These two are much better. Let's do a little bit of reinforcement if I have the Slorm for it. Do I have it? Oh, I have one of these. I don't think the superior will be enough for 13. No, that's 100% failure. Oh, even this is 50% failure, and I'd have to invest a ton of these things just to negate the base failure chance. It's worth it though, for the double reinforce. Let's do that one until double is guaranteed. 1 blue. Then negate the failure. So this is basically how I've been reinforcing my gear I mean, up to about level 10, I just put one of these chunks in and hit the button. But after 10, it gets really expensive in terms of failure chance, so I need to add these things. Because I don't really get a lot of the higher tier Slormites. Nice. Don't think I'll have enough for another one. We could try just upgrading the whole line of them, but I don't think it'll amount to much due to how many steps this is. Right, we have 2 of that one and 1 of that one. Okay. Is that enough? Level 12 and above. Yeah, I'd have to negate the failure with these things, because it'll be 50%, I think. Which item do I want to do? Chest, maybe? I wish you could pull an exact number with a slider or something. That would be nice. Instead of clicking 100 times. I also don't know if this is the best exact combination of items to modify it with. But this is the one that gets me to double reinforce and 0 failure at least. I don't think I'll upgrade them past 15 anytime soon. This one's problematic because I already took it to 14, which means it'll be trickier. On the bright side, I might get it to 16 when I do go for it. Alright, I wanted to talk to Corey and maybe boost my affinities or activation rune. I want to max my activation rune, that's pretty important. I use it a lot. The mana one. I guess I can max this projectile one as well. Ooh, that's expensive. That's all my Adrienne. Thornbite. Nice. That's also maxed now. And then there's one effect rune as well that I'm using sometimes. Or enhancement, rather. Oh, there's also the retaliation one. I need more on that. Need a lot more Bagarth. And more Adrienne for this. It's unfortunate that I need Adrienne for 2 of them, but okay. Adrienne and Bagarth are the ones to focus on for now. Good to know. I might swap to the other one. Oh, that's also Bagarth. Okay, so I need double Bagarth, 1 Adrienne. Okay. Okay. Let's sell all of this crap. I could salvage it for gold, or for chunks, but I mostly need gold. at this point. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break here and get some more coffee. I'll be right back. Wow, that ad break took so long to start that my break is over by the time it starts. Thanks, Twitch. That's really helpful. Alright, we're back. Let's do one quick battlefield just to see how it feels in Wrath 10 now with no modifiers. Should be fairly snappy at this point, even with the elites. They still don't get one shot though. Yeah, I think before I venture into the primordial nether with this bow, I want the elites to be one shot at the baseline at least, so that I can quickly run through the scary rooms and just delete everything. So we'll do a bit more forge after this one floor of Battlegrounds. Forge is honestly just really chill. I love doing it. Great Forge. Wrathton. Six doors. Explode upon dying is fine. Lots of movement speed is fine. More projectiles, more gold. Got a nice burn effect. I'll take the spirits for this. Oh, I should have taken the yellow one though. That's a mistake. I need Bagarth. Need lots of Bagarth. And a little bit of Adrian as well. But I think aside from Astorius, which I don't need, I think I need literally every other spirit to max out affinities and stuff anyway. Can't really go wrong with the spirit selections. There's Bagarth. Let's do that. A bit of Corey will be nice for the trainee sword as well, if I go with the knight or the mage. Trainee sword or staff. Ice Ray is annoying, but I do need the Bagarth, and it's temporary. Oh, I guess we can clear it every time it's up with the cleanse anyway. That's nice. Hello, LA27, welcome in. Additional enemies. I've made one change from that build in the link, which is just the Reaper. I've switched over to Vengeance. Hey Becador, are the runes saved between classes in a save? Yes, the runes, affinities, and the Ancestral Stone unlocks are also saved. So you get a head start on your next character. It's pretty neat. Like, one thing that's particularly useful is that you have the blue stone if you've completed all the trials. And the blue stone you can put anywhere on the ancestral tree without having a path to it. That's really helpful for kickstarting your build on your second character. It lets you pick an imbue, for instance, right from the start. Or some other build-enabling thing. Clone Mage is almost 100 and he lacks a bit of damage. Want to try the Huntress? Yeah. I'm sure you can get enough damage on the Mage as well, though. With some refinements to the build. But yeah, Huntress is a lot of fun with all these forking projectiles. Wow, this guy's tanking it. I'm surprised he lasted that long, actually. I thought I had a bit more damage than this. War chest quality, every time you complete a wave. Don't mind if I do. It's really good to get those every time you complete a wave ones super early. I've yet to kill Adam. He sends me back to town very fast. Ooh. And you're level 100. I see. Well, I think the Adam fight is a lot about dodging his abilities as well. He does tank a lot of damage. Like, he's super tanky. You can't really speed it up too much unless you have a super endgame build. I think. I haven't tried him in a while, actually. I wonder how my current build would do against Adam. I have a highlight on my channel of the first Adam Nostrus kill I did on this character before I respec'd it. It was a similar build, but I hadn't crafted any good gear yet, I think. Explode upon dying. Sure, I'll let them give more damage. That's fine. He does seem to have crazy resist. I tried beating him with the deadly accuracy staff, which does 25% of the enemy's current health as skill damage. It procced all the time, but did nowhere near 25% of his life as damage. Yeah, there's probably some damage mitigation going on. Maybe he has some kind of staggering effect as well. Like, something like these boots, maybe? Let's stagger the damage. I'm just speculating here, though. Talking out of my ass. I don't actually know what the mechanics are for him. It definitely felt like it was a hard fight to just brute force with a lot of damage. I needed to actually play the mechanics and dodge his stuff when I did him. Ooh, this is sketchy, but I'll take it. Sketchy, but temporary. Shield, light beams. Light beams is good. We want Bagarth spirits. I like the mobility of the Huntress, and having this tumble just feels really nice. I've slowly started to level the Knight a bit, and what puts me off of actually leveling him is just how slow his movement speed is compared to my fully geared Huntress. He feels like such a snail in comparison. I should probably get some better movement stuff for him though. It's doable. But I also don't want to craft my gear too early and have to replace it all in a few levels. My knight is double your speed. Yeah, but my knight is low level is the thing. Super low level. That's why it's a bit off-putting to change to a lower level character with no movement speed almost. I could further increase my speed with a different boot modifier to get a movement speed multiplier. But honestly, I really like the stagger effect. And also, if I go any faster, I will run past portals and not be able to interact with them. Yes, there's a whirlwind ability on the knight. I think it needs level 20 or so to unlock it. But yeah, whirlwind with really high movement speed is probably something I want to try on the knights. Damn, Ice Bomb is scary. Let's do Light Totem. Usually use Whirlwind to proc all the other stuff. Yeah, like Inner Fire. I might do Whirlwind Inner Fire. I love that we're talking in Path of Exile terms, by the way. With the cast on crit Cyclone. Wait, who is... Oh, they're getting healed because they don't take damage inside the projectile shield. That's why, okay. Man, cast on crit Cyclone with Discharge was such a fun build at some point. I don't know if Discharge is still good or not. I had a character where Discharge would literally explode the entirety of the screen before they nerfed AoE effects. Hey, Skunkle. I haven't seen a Discharge build in ages, so I guess not, but there are other good skills to use with it. Same screen clear, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of projectile skills that will off-screen clear these days. Like clears several screens away to the limit of the mobs actually getting activated. Crit strike. That's fine. I forgot to trigger the next wave. I hope they don't tank the next PoE League too. PoE 2 one was really off-putting. Yeah, I'm still waiting to try PoE 2 until it's out of early access, but I also haven't touched PoE 1 in over a year, I think. The main problem for me with PoE is that it's too time-consuming to stay on top of the meta, and it takes a long time to build a good character. A lot of research and mental energy goes into playing PoE. I just don't have that energy to spare these days. So I like something simpler, more accessible like this, while still having depth. I love this music. I find myself humming this music when I'm not playing the game. That's how addicted I am to this. Don't like the PoE trade system. Whisper 50 people, get maybe one response. Yeah. That is definitely a big downside of PoE. I like Last Epoch's crafting system. That's pretty good. But Last Epoch doesn't have as fun of an end game as PoE, in my opinion. It has gotten better with patches, but it still isn't quite up to the standard of PoE's maps. Like, it doesn't have the monster density and the nice, easy to clear layouts. Yeah, always go Circle of Fortune, just go solo self-found in LE. So much more comfortable. But I just wish the endgame was more enjoyable in that game. Building the character is fun and all, but there's just not that much fun content to clear in LE. In PoE 1, I always feel punished if not playing solo. Huh. I just always play solo in these types of games, because I feel like visual clutter becomes too much of an issue otherwise. You know what I kind of love with LE? What, Gen? What do you love about LE? There's not any microtransactions I want to get in it. True. I mean, PoE has a lot of MTX that are too flashy for me. Honestly, the only MTX I typically use in PoE are the ones that reduce visual clutter by hiding effects and stuff. I just don't care for the flashy anime looking stuff at all. But yeah, definitely bought a lot of stash tabs in PoE. You never bought a set of wings. I can honestly say that I've never intentionally bought a set of wings, yeah. Except for the ones included in supporter packs, but I never bought those for the wings. Now, pets, on the other hand. I've bought a lot of pets in PoE. My hideout has been a zoo at times. I've had currency I got when I bought the game. I just don't have anything to spend it on. Don't like the looks of pretty much anything. I see. Yeah, in PoE there's always stuff you can get. There's so much of it as well. Some skill effects changes are great looking. But a lot of those are also pay to lose by being more cluttered than the default. Or having a more annoying sound effect. Mine just has a slight Weta problem. Oh yeah. You can get those for like 2 points, I think. When they are discounted. Maybe they're always 2 points, I don't remember. Just a Weta infestation. Have a weakness for the celestial stuff? What, the Shaper looking items? Shaper and Maven looking stuff? Enemies... 50%, sure. Hello, the real Dexy. Hello, fellow archer. Welcome in. Are you also using arrow shot, or are you firing different arrows? You are? Nice. It is a lot of fun with these forking projectiles that can fork twice. Not stacking HP at all, though. Yeah, I was using Aeondi until recently, and just getting, what's it called? Light Shield instead of HP, but I recently swapped over to more, basic build. Basic generic build, so I can try other stuff without changing my gear. 4,500 HP, 2k regen. Ooh. 97% dodge chance. Interesting. So that's completely different for defenses then. But what about the remaining 3%? Oh, Astoria's Last Stand. Yeah, that makes sense. I see. Well, the thing is, once you beat the Slormancer, you get this thing, which is basically just infinite scaling based on the number of victims. So I can get my HP to infinity and beyond, eventually. The so-called unethical Reaper, yeah. I'm probably not going to keep using that forever, but right now I want to see how ridiculous my damage and life can become. But yeah, there's a bunch of other really strong combinations that aren't as unethical. That one, Legion, and of course the perfect one. I know Legion, but I think I need to get all 3 characters to unlock the Legion weapons in order to maximize the potential for that one. The perfect one, I didn't really look too closely into. Using the raw damage multi-bow, yeah, that was one I used until I got the Slormancer one. Basically, my build to finish the game included this Big Fury. But I went through a bunch of changes in the mid-game to figure the game out until landing on that. Doubled my damage when I put it on. Yeah, I think it tripled mine. Hey Soyaska, level 66, should I focus on leveling before crafting anything? You can do a little bit of crafting. I think the sweet spot for starting to craft your endgame gear is about level 80, because you can always get the level increased later. But if your gear is level 80 or so, it doesn't cost too much to increase it to 100. But it depends. Like, are you struggling to do the content at your current level or not? If you don't need to craft to keep going, then you don't need to craft. You use the Drunk Master effect for your arrow shots, so you got a circle. Yeah, that's a fun one too. I like to have the focus fire on the front towards bosses though. Stacked rebound on gear and took the forking in the tree. See, I went with kind of a slightly different approach on gear. I do have a little bit of rebound, but I mostly also stacked fork chance on gear. Because I'm pretty sure you can fork twice if you go above 100%. So that the additional 30% here would add a second fork. At least that's how I think it works. So the more forking, the better. I heard you like forks, so you can fork while you fork. That's one of those examples missing proper explanation, by the way. True, it doesn't explicitly state. Let me hover the tooltip here. Chance your projectiles have to create two identical projectiles whenever they hit an enemies. Oh, never mind, I was wrong. I should have read the fine print. A projectile can only fork once. Well, this is a perfect example of not that. Not what I said. I'm glad we checked this, because I can rebound instead. I can probably change one of my fork modifiers to rebound then. Honestly, I should just get rid of fork on my gear altogether. Because I get enough forking from the skill tree. That was a classic I wish I could read moment. I've been operating under the impression that I could fork twice. Or even thrice. Lightning bolts, yeah, sure. Wait, let's read the tooltip on rebound as well. Because I'm pretty sure one of them can rebound more, right? Bounce off walls instead of being destroyed. Whenever it rebounds for the first time, its duration timer is reset. See, this one doesn't explicitly say whether it can go above 100%. So in this case, the tooltip is lacking. It can? Okay. I wonder why that was missing from the tooltip then. Because the tooltip was accurate on the fork. Wish the Wicked Snare Bow did a bit more DPS. Which one is that? Doubling the proj is very nice. Ooh, yeah. Oh nice, we can change it to only give Reaper Smith rewards. Right? Wait. No, never mind. That is not the case. We just get 1200. I got confused. We only get 1200 of these, and it's the one I have the most of anyway, so maybe let's not do that. Every time you complete a wave, that's better. %128% additional projectiles, nice. Yeah, that does sound fun. Light beams, we'll do that. Light totem, nice. I need more Adrian. I think we have enough damage to tank another 30% health on them at this point. Seems fine. More elite enemies. We can test our damage on those. Like this witch. Okay, they're a little bit tanky, but not too bad. You know what? I think I will actually, while I remember to do it, I think I'll disable fork as a highlighted stat. Because I don't want to stack it any more than 100% anyway. I wonder if I have an item with like exactly 30 forks somewhere. 12, 20, 19... 13, 13. I probably have 2 items that add up to about 30. 12, yeah. If I just swap some of those forks around to be something else, I'll be in a better spot. And they probably don't even stack with the stuff I have on here, right? 50% from that. Although, if I have fork on my tree, I can get this instead. Wait, we could just do that now. Because we don't need the additional 50. And get free 50 rebound for free instead. Yeah, there's a lot of optimization to be had in my current build. Slorm Temple is so boring, I agree. At first I liked it, but then after doing it a few hundred times, it did get tedious. Molten lava, sure. But it's nice when you get your max stellar cap, yeah. I mean, it is nice to get the rewards from it. But it is super annoying. They should honestly change the conversion to allow Slorm or Elder Slorm into pure Slorm. I agree. To let us not have to farm the temple anymore after unlocking all the ultimatums. And doing all the progression there. It would be way nicer to be able to convert Slorm. So check this out. With evasion bow, definitely possible to get 1 million flat evasion. Totem Archer has mana plus mana equals evade. You can get 20% of sealed mana as raw damage in Ancestral Tree, and then add in both the Ungifted. And seal 100% of your mana. But that's pretty advanced. But yeah, there's a bunch of crazy interactions you could do. 200k raw damage. Nice. Slippery ice, love it. I don't remember which of these three I need the most of, but I'll just do movement speed and attack speed. Bagarth and Adrian are the other ones I really need, which were not offered there. Ooh, I want the gold. I'm sure I can tank some hits. I saw that I could get added mana equals to evade, and I was like, that's gotta be busted. I'm sure it is. That's one of the cooler parts of this game, is that things are allowed to be brokenly overpowered. And that's fun. The game doesn't take the balance too seriously. And I also like that there's no competitive aspect, no leaderboards or anything like that. It's just a nice single-player game purely for fun. I honestly wish PoE would follow that philosophy more. Fun over balance, or fun over competitive leaderboard stuff. They don't have to nerf everything that's broken. Just let the players have some fun with it. Or at least leave it functional after nerfing it. Like that. I feel like PoE's nerfs are too heavy-handed. They basically just demolish something if it's been OP for a league or two. And make it unusable. I'll do that. Oh, I should have picked the yellow. The community lovingly calls it a GGG triple tap. Yeah. Lovingly, surely. Lightning bolt, undying, that's gonna be rough. Slippery ice, yay, my favorites. I love to ice skate in this game. In the Forge, anyway. I pretty much hate this anywhere but the Forge. But the Forge has enough room to navigate. PoE nerfs go this. We need some options to adjust decks. Give me some options, team. Here are the options. Okay, implement all of them. Yeah, that's accurate. Instead of just doing the best option, they do all three. And just destroy the thing, making it unusable. They've done that so many times to so many things, and it's so frustrating. Like, just nerf it a little bit. Don't destroy it. I don't particularly enjoy that they tend to balance around the top 0.1% of players and what they can do, which is... That's a tiny subset of people. Most people are not gonna be using that optimized of a build. Most people have scuffed builds. I think the people with scuffed builds deserve to be able to at least do most of the content without it being a constant struggle. Maybe not like the highest tier of Uber bosses, but still, it shouldn't be a struggle to do red maps. Yeah, doing most of the content puts you in the top, I would say top 0.1%, honestly. If you include the Uber bosses. Not only this kind of build, but having a lot of support people that give gear and trade. Yeah, the whole economy is... Like, the whole economy aspect of PoE is super problematic because it has an immense amount of power and the quality of life is just abysmal. Especially for a solo player, it's really terrible. So they need to either nerf the power of trading, which will not be well received, or make the quality of life much better for people that don't have that kind of trading infrastructure. Never done the Ubers, but killed all the regular bosses in Ferrica as a pretty new player. I see. What is Ferrica? Is that a recent thing? Last league was Harbingers before that. Oh, you've been gone a long time then. Harbinger was a good league, if I remember correctly. I think I enjoyed Harbinger League. I'm not sure though. Maybe I just played a later version of Harbinger on the Atlas, where you could put it on the Atlas somehow. I don't remember. When we got the Atlas passives for the first time, I think that was when the Harbingers were the most OP. Did all the bosses with a zombie Baron build. Nice. I didn't realize that was still viable. I remember when it was really popular, strength stacking zombies. I think it got nerfed quite a bit at some point, but it might be viable again now. Please kill all the trade bots, price fixers, etc. Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's going to happen. They're pretty much decided that they don't want trade to be convenient. I think it was the Ascension changes of first, yeah, I got 100% strength on zombies because of it. Okay. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the recent stuff. I've skipped like a year of leagues, I think. I just didn't have the energy for PoE anymore. Hey Dinlo. Every time I play PoE 2, the game plays me instead. I've never seen the red maps. I mean, there will probably be a bunch of changes throughout the early access periods. I'm waiting until PoE 2 is out of early access before I even try it. They did add the currency exchange. Oh yeah, true. Yeah, that's a pretty huge quality of life improvement. I actually have not tried that because I haven't played PoE since before they made that change. But it does sound good. That completely eliminates the need for those flipper bots that just flip currencies all day. Max life. We'll do that one. enemies explode. I'll take it. Oh, we're 2 waves away from the end here. Nice. I guess we'll finish it off with lightning bolts on the edge. This guy was tanky. There we go. Making a little ice square. Or an ice rectangle. That's the simple things. Alright, let's do a weapon swap. Just to get some Slorm. Has anyone tried Examina? Kinda PoE game, but looks more story-based. I have not even heard of it. There's simply too many games these days for me to keep up with them all. Attack speed with 2 exclamation marks. Triple raw damage, I'll take that. I think I have enough of pauldrons. Yeah, we have max life, armor. This one is only reinforced, no pure stats. I'll just scrap that. And I guess we'll also put in an attack speed one for the future. I don't care about the illy resist on this. I already had a version of these. Too busy slorming and playing FF14. So many games, but only so little time, indeed. Not normal ARPG controls, it's like physics-based combat. With what I would describe as clunky controls, but that's intentional, I'm sure. That sounds weird. I'm not sure if I would enjoy that. I'm kind of used to just traditional controls, or like either WASD movement or click to move in ARPGs is what feels best to me. This one does click to move. No, wait, this one does WASD very well. Like, I feel like I have pretty good control over my character with WASD. And I like WASD plus aiming. Feels really nice. So I think we can extract Slormite from this. Because it's reinforced plus 11. Oh! It just takes the reinforcement levels off of it. It doesn't destroy the item. Interesting. That would have given me like either a flawless or just a superior. One of these, I think. I didn't see which one I got though. Was I gonna keep the raw damage boots? Oh, we already had triple raw damage boots. This one's a slightly lower roll. I guess I'll hold on to it for now, though. What are next? Let's do some upgrades. That one's maxed. That one's maxed. These are all maxed. That's nice. The unrelenting one is kind of important, but I also want the trigger 10 times one upgraded. Wow, I only have enough for one. I need a lot of Adrienne. Alright, let's upgrade Unrelenting. I need a lot of Bagarth as well. Let's invest in Affinity on Corey. Because I'm not using that for any of my runes. And this affects the trainee weapon, I believe. Right? Yeah, Corey Ironbender. So that'll help leveling the other characters at some point. Smalleron, we'll do that as well, because I'm not upgrading any runes that need this. Same with Fulgurorn, because we've maxed out the ones I was using. The blue one. This one. I have a trainee staff now to Primordial 157. Nice. Yeah, mine is 522. I don't know if there's a cap or not, actually. But, at some point, you get to level 100 and this extra XP doesn't work, or doesn't do anything. The Primordial one is a bit strange as well, because it means you can no longer gain Mastery. You do get some extra Reaper damage based on the level of all your characters, though. But it is a bit strange. Alright, what am I using? Projectile, constraint, mana. Okay. I think I do one more forge, and then maybe try out the Netherworld, the Primordial Netherworld. There's a new Resident Evil clone out, and it cracks me up. It's called Ebola Village? Really? Is it good, though? Early access? I'll wait then. If it ends up being good after early access, I'll hear about it when that happens. If you want something kind of similar to Resident Evil, there's Look Outside, which is amazing. Resident Evil meets Pokemon or an old Final Fantasy game, basically. More Bagarth. I'll take it. I was very happy about all the Warhammer 40k announcement yesterday. It still doesn't run for you? What, Look Outside doesn't run for you? I wonder what's wrong. I hope you got a refund at least if you can't even get it to run. But that is really unfortunate, because it's such a good game. Are there other people with the same issue that might have solutions? Still hoping it will be fixed at some point. Yeah, fair enough. It's not a very expensive game anyway. I mean, if it's a well-known issue, it'll probably get fixed. I think Look Outside is still being, still getting content added to it as well. So I look forward to replaying it maybe in October. And we'll take some different choices. Make some different choices, rather. Use some different party members and stuff. Massive fireball quantity. For the rest of the expedition, you have a 35% chance to add +1 of a random spirit every time you kill an enemy. Ooh, that's excellent. All that just for 3 waves of increased AoE. And so early in the run as well. That's gonna pay off massively. Max life is fine. That's a lot of gold. I'll take it. That does mean we have increased AoE with corpse explosions, but I think I can tank the corpse explosions anyway. More Big Earth. Run as administrator, close Steam overlay, driver update. Yeah, there's just some common things you can try. Tried everything? Yeah. Unlucky. Slormarine quality for every Slormarine inside the chest. Nah. More waves, more projectiles. We want Big Earth. It is kind of strange that Look Outside has trouble running on some systems, though, because it's... I think it's an RPG Maker game. Like, it should be... should be very easy to run. And it's a very well-tested platform, or engine, rather. Because a lot of games use it. My only guess is it's got something to do with Win 11 or the NVIDIA 50 series. Oh, you bought a 50 series card? Interesting. Maybe. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's probably one of the worst generations in a while. But yeah, if you had to upgrade, there's not really any other choice. Because they stopped producing the 40 series cards super early. I think I got one of the last 4080 supers that were available before stock dried up. Right before the price increases. Slippery ice. Still run a 3060? Yeah, well at least you can run a bunch of older games just fine. I was looking at 40 series cards, but they were the same price as 50 series. That was before we got a lot of the info. Yeah. Yeah, Nvidia has been really, really scummy lately. They're really manipulating the market and pushing the prices up artificially. Because AMD doesn't provide enough competition anymore in the GPU space. It's really shitty. Light damage. Let's do this one for the rest of the expedition, that's fine. We want the Big Arth. I think I got the one where you get 200% more Reaper Smith spirits, right? Does seem that way. Oof, 2 shadow ones. We'll do the symbol. Graphics haven't improved that much in the last 10 years, but somehow we need 10 times the GPU power. Yeah, that's really suspicious. Especially when they're pushing crap technologies like frame generation, which is absolute trash. Like, it does nothing of value. And then ray tracing, which can look good, but is way too demanding for how much better it looks. Like, it is still premature to use ray tracing, in my opinion. It should have matured for a few more generations before being pushed so heavily. It's really sad. I remember when we can actually get good performance in recently released games without having to buy the top-of-the-line graphics card. Ray tracing makes rock shinier, melts PC. Yep, pretty much. War chests are immediately applied. Wait, what am I reading? Every type of loot, equipment inside. The total of every loot is immediately increased by your current war chest quality. I have 0. I'll do equipment quality for every equipment. Sure. Back when RAM was really hard-capped, the programming had to be efficient. Today they just ignore efficiency and tell people to buy the next generation of hardware. Yeah, I don't know just how true that is, but certainly seems that way sometimes, that they just skimp on optimization these days. Light damage for the rest of the expedition. Ice Bomb I definitely don't want for the rest. Additional projectile is kind of cringe. We'll do light damage. I still use my 3080. Well, the 3080 is a very respectable card. My previous card was a 3070. And I only upgraded because I was streaming. I think if I wasn't streaming, I would still be on my 3070. But I wanted some headroom for the heavier games like Hitman and Resident Evil 4 Remake. 3070 just wasn't cutting it for that, for streaming. Life and mana. Random chosen of shadow, I hate that. Let's do explosions on dying. Also, welcome back, Panheimer. I'd say it's even more nefarious, and they purposely make the games run like crap to sell newer cards. Nvidia certainly wants games to run like crap so they can sell newer cards. And they also, the most recent thing is they're trying to force reviewers into comparing frame-generated frame numbers to older generations that don't have frame gen, which is absurdly scummy. Like, they're not the same. It's not an apples to apples comparison if you're comparing fake frames to real ones. And they actually withheld review samples to people that didn't agree to those terms. Oh, I need to be careful with the shadow symbol thing. I just really hope that AMD gets back in the GPU business some more and actually does high-end GPUs as well for the next gen. Because Nvidia sorely needs some competition. Lightning bolts from the edge, that's fine. Sorry, I'm having a little bit of trouble keeping up with all of chat, but I am not intentionally ignoring anyone. I'm just trying to focus on the game as well. Looks like you guys are having a fun discussion of older PCs, though. I'm not going to disclose my exact age, but I am old enough to have played the original Doom on MS-DOS. And some other DOS games. I did not, however, have a Commodore 64 or Amiga system at any point. Speaking of sizes of games, the Slormancer is literally just 450 megabytes fully installed, which is less than a CD-ROM. I think a CD-ROM can hold 700 megabytes. Or a CD rather, not the CD-ROM, but yeah, a normal CD held between 650 and 700 megabytes. And the Slormancer will comfortably fit on that. Which is really cool. Not that anyone uses CDs anymore, but still. It downloaded in like a second on Steam for me. I hit install and it was installed the next second. Which is a really cool thing for a game of this quality. Slippery. Let's go ice skating. Another indie game, Animal Well, has 33 megabytes, and it's not a small game. Don't even understand how that's possible. That's crazy. Animal Well. Oh, I remember the hype around that game. That was the really strange game that was very popular for a brief time on YouTube. I never played it though. Maybe I should add it to my list and maybe play it at some point, now that everyone's forgotten about it. Two hits. Nice. I have more than doubled my hit points now since I started, I think. If I switch weapons, my hit points will be half of what they are right now. Additional enemies, we'll do that. This one is gonna give so many spirits, because we got the 200% early on. I'm really looking forward to reaping these rewards. I don't really want Ice Bomb. Let's go with this one. Ice Bomb is sketchy because I crafted this amulet with the intention of cleansing it, as well as shadow confusion. But you're unable to cast anything while ice bombed and frozen, so I can't even cleanse it with this. So if I get frozen, I simply stand there and do nothing until it fades. And that's kind of sketchy with this build. I would need some more recovery or retaliation mechanics to be safe when frozen. Either that or just be immune to freezing with ice resist or something. Let's do more Bagarth. You can easily sink several hundred hours into Slormancer. It's kinda complex, but the pixel art really saves storage space. That is definitely true. Not only is the pixel art really easy to compress, they also just didn't make a lot of it. Like, there's a lot of asset reuse in the game. A lot of the monsters are the same assets. There's not a ton of different biomes or areas. I do hope they add some more monster and area variety at some point later down the line. I feel like this game would be a nice one to do like a full expansion pack for. Remember those? Remember expansion packs? Before there were smaller DLCs? I want to go with greatly reduced projectile range and speed, because it looks funny. Ice damage, but I want Bagarth. Yeah, we'll do shock. Mostly DLC that are already in the games, but only activated 3 months after release and cost extra. Yeah, games that are designed around milking the player to buy more content later down the line. It feels bad, man. You know it's scummy when they intentionally make the game worse in order to make you pay for stuff that should have been in the game for free. That's very common in certain free-to-play games or MMOs. Fireball. We'll do that. There's nothing free in free-to-play. There are a few examples of ethical free-to-play games, but they are few and far between. I actually did, I did a Path of Exile run to 100 on a free-to-play alt account once. That was a long time ago, though. But I actually got to level 100 on, I think, some kind of assassin or trickster. Without buying anything in Path of Exile. It was a nightmare of inventory management with only the 4 non-premium stash tabs, though. But I feel like Path of Exile is one of the more ethical free-to-play models, because all you really need is a bit of stash space, and the rest is mostly cosmetic. And you can easily get enough of the stash tabs with less than the cost of a normal price for a game. Aside from the mystery boxes... Hey, Lascaris. The thing about mystery boxes is they only give cosmetics, right? So you don't need them in order to maximize your game's potential at all. I honestly think they can do whatever they like with cosmetics, as long as there's no pay to win. It is a predatory practice. It preys on people's gambling addictions, that's true. But if you're a reasonable person, you know that you don't actually need cosmetics. Sadly, some people are not reasonable people. And it does take advantage of those people. At least the currency stash, without it PoE is horrible. Yes, I agree. If you're gonna buy just one stash tab for PoE, make it the currency one. Definitely, that's the biggest value item. Map as well, yeah. But I think currency is more important than map even. Bigger, because they don't even stack that high. Like, the currency stacks are pretty small if you don't use the currency tab. We'll do Gargantuan for 4 waves. We'll see where EU law is going in regards to loot boxes and price transparency. Yeah, another scummy practice is the having to buy a premium currency and having the exchange rates... How do I put this? The amounts you can buy are always slightly more or slightly less than what you need to buy something. So you always end up having some left over and having to buy something else. Or buy more currency to get something else. If that makes sense. There's a lot of little predatory tricks they use with those things. Lightning bolt upon dying. Okay. Yeah, the fragments didn't used to be that big, but the amount of fragments has really grown since then. So I guess these days you would probably want a fragment tab as well. Back when I did my free-to-play to 100 challenge, I didn't need... I wouldn't have needed a fragment tab at all. There were not that many fragments. That was a long time ago. More Adrian, I'll take that. Oh, this is Rest of Expedition. We could make it an ice skating rink for the rest of the expedition. I kind of like the idea of that. But I want the Adrienne spirits. They're already addressing it here in the EU when the laws that are in the works go through every shop. Has to display the real currency price for an item. Ah, nice. And every in-game money transaction has to be refundable. Interesting. Yeah, I look forward to that. We could definitely use some more consumer advocacy when it comes to those things. It's gonna take time till someone gets sued to set precedent. Yeah, it always takes time. Society is just a mess. Area size. Oh, we don't want the shadow clone, that's for sure. Could do lightning bolts and get some more Adrienne. Let's do that. More enemies explode. Sure. Projectile range for the rest, or movement speed. I could do light beams as well, but I don't need Astorias as much because I've farmed so much of that already. I'm gonna do projectile range and speeds. I don't think I need that much Smelleron either, but it's better than the other two. Adrian, like totem. There are very different standards all over the world. That's true, it's very hard to regulate something worldwide. But let's be careful not to devolve the discussion into politics, though. I want to keep it on video games, generally. Tenacity, evasion. Sure. Evasion and crit is fine. Ooh, more Begarth. I'll take that. Man, I think we have a lot of spirits waiting for us in this chest. I'm excited to loot this one at the end. We got such good early rewards, and it's just been stacking. Tenacity for Adrienne. More Quarry, I'll take that. More Quarry and explosions. really starting to feel the effects of this unethical Reaper now. 17k extra max life is pretty huge. And that's just the added flat. We get a multiplier on top of that from our gear as well. That's why we've almost doubled our health. Fulgorn, Adrian. Oh, this one's... Actually, this one's not too bad. Not receiving damage. Maybe swap to Goldfish for some ethical play. You joke, but there's actually uniques related to that, which make it viable, I think. I was thinking about maybe doing the Goldfish unique builds at some point. See how it works. If you get all 3 uniques, it enables the Goldfish to do something. I've already evolved it to the Leviathan, though. But I think for the uniques, you have to use the base Goldfish. Not sure about that, though. I'll look into it later. It's like a fishing meme from PoE, and the Magikarp from Pokemon. Such a great combination of references. I think the evolution even has an ability that the evolved Magikarp, I think it's called Gyarados. I think it has something called a Hyper Beam, which is similar to what this bow has. The evolution seems kind of bad, just gives a 60-second cooldown ability. Yeah, on its own it's pretty bad, I think, but that's why there's the unique items. But I'm not sure if you need to use the Goldfish itself for that, or if you can use the evolved version too. I haven't checked it out too closely yet. But I think I have the uniques somewhere in my stash. At least one of them, maybe 2. I've definitely seen them all. More Big Earth. And even more Big Earth. Nice. Hopefully I'll be able to max out that rune after this run. Oh, I think there might be 2 runes that need Big Earth. Still. Lightning bolts bouncing off the wall. Hey CQ1. Hello Mentico, welcome in. If it wasn't for the forge, gold farming would be a pain. I'm sure you can specialize for it. Like build for gold find and do battlegrounds maybe. I haven't really tested it too much though. But there is the Reaper that gives... Yeah, this one. Aura Furious. Gives gold find and Slorm find. And additional damage based on the gold you've found. Then there's also this legendary cape effect, which means that your first 3 hits have a chance to drop gold. Hey Vasily66, can you make the Slorm Tower scale to level 100? Maybe if you go high enough. I have not made it that far in the temple though. I find it boring. I assume you mean the Slorm Temple. But I think you need to climb really high for the level to scale that high. Or maybe it caps out at 80. I'm not sure. Gold Find is good passive, but apparently doesn't beat Forge. Oh. Even if you invest fully in it, though... Temple, not Tower, just got level 100, and Temple is so low level, and I need that pure Slorm. Yeah. It is kind of boring, but it's a one-time chore for the most part. You just need to get all those upgrades that matter, like the pure stat ones and the ultimatums you want to upgrade. Once you're done with that, you never have to go back there, really. But yeah, the Forge can get really good multipliers sometimes. It is kind of RNG, though. You can't really decide exactly what you want from the Forge. You just have to roll with the 3 choices you get. The real grind is getting triple pure stat nether items with good stats. Yeah, that is if you want to min-max fully. I've yet to get a single nether item. I just want to unlock... See, the first thing I want to unlock right now is just every Reaper for every class. I want every class at 100. I want all the Reaper affinities maxed out. And just all the stuff that can be shared between classes, I want that maxed out. I don't really care that much about maximizing the gear of one character yet. Molten, lava... Yeah, let's do that. Just got 12 million in my last forge. Nice. I think that's more than I've ever gotten from my forges, but I've gotten close to that. Any tips on how to kill Adam Nostris? I think you need to dodge his attacks, honestly. He just tanks a lot and does a lot of attacks that you need to dodge. Maybe you can outgear him. I haven't tested it, though. I mean, I did him at higher than level 50, but definitely lower than level 100. I think I might have done it at around 60 or 70, but I don't quite remember. There's a highlight on my channel from my first Adam Nostris kill. But it's a couple of days ago now. I don't fully remember. It's been a... There's been a lot of slorming in the meantime, even off stream. I'm so addicted to this game. I'm trying to see if outcarrying is possible. Haven't beat him yet. Ooh. Seals of blindness are moving. Yep. We'll do that. Attack speed and movement speeds. But if you're already level 100, I would definitely recommend just trying to craft gear with the stats that you want for your build. The crafting system is incredibly powerful. And you can basically handcraft exactly the stats you want on your gear. Now, pure stats are drop only, so you'll have to find those if you want them, but as a starter set, you don't really need so many pure stats. Yeah, I think the best starting point is you highlight... I don't know if you're aware of this, but you can highlight stats that you want by clicking them, like this, and then that will be a highlighted stat in your Filtratron. So you can show stats that are pure with highlighted, for instance. And then you can use those drops as a basis for crafting. I think all of my items right now are 1 pure stat items with a highlighted pure stat for my build, if I recall correctly. I'm on my phone, can't take a good look at the build. May I know where you got your extra projectiles for your arrow shots? Let me see. I know there's some on the tree. This one, 3 extra. So many arrows. And then I have the forking ones as well. Whenever arrow shot forks, it forks into 5 instead. And then forking can fork again. So you can fork while you fork. I think there's another one as well. It might be on the tumble tree for the class. Wait, let me see. That one, 2 additional. But that also increases the mana cost. So you need a lot of mana on hit to support this. Mana on hit plus mana leech. But you can also get the mana on hit or the mana leech from the ancestral tree. There are a couple of nodes there. If you're not able to get it on the gear just yet. Light beams, I'll take that. Oh, we're almost at the end of this. Hello, Katusha, welcome in. Oh, just a heads up for people looking at the build right now. I have swapped one item, and that is... I'm using Vengeance now to farm victims in order to make it incredibly unethical and overpowered. But in my actual build, I used Big Fury at the end to beat Oh My God. Pretty much cleared all content with this, except having to swap it out for one of the warlords that did a lot of fire damage. Alright, final wave. What do we pick for this one? Probably just elite enemies. Woohoo! Alright, let's swap the bow so we can loot the Slorm. 11k Corey, that's not bad. 18k Adrian, 23k Bagarth. That should be enough to max the runes, I think. Yeah, you don't really need legendary items until you start progressing in the Nether, I think. Like, I had no legendaries until very recently. But the ones that are really good for the Nether, in this build at least, are the boots combined with the Immortal Grasp. They make me a lot more tanky to big hits, because they give me time to recover after a big hit. That was kind of missing from my build before I got them. Ancestral strike damage and raw damage. That's a nice double pure, but I don't really use ancestral strikes in my builds for now. I don't know, I'll just put it somewhere. Maybe it'll be useful. I have a lot of stash space anyway. Don't really need to unlock more yet. You added 3 legendary effects, and you're now at 140k armor. 141k armor. What am I at? Do you mean this number? 84k is what I'm at, apparently. It's the same as this one. Yeah, you have a lot more armor than me. But I feel like I'm good on armor anyway. I'm mostly dying to elemental effects. I might want to change some of my stats over to elemental resist instead of armor. Even though armor does kind of double dip with toughness. You do get some free elemental resist from this just by stacking armor. But not enough to really get a good number going here. 75% multiplier to missing life, and I reserve like 75% of my life. Oh, okay. I'm guessing you're using raw emergency as well then? For the low life build? Maybe? I saw this early on and thought that would be fun to build around. I just never did. Raw lock. Raw lock. Is that another node, or is that something else? Wait, let's go to Corey. It alone gives me 36k raw damage. Nice. It is ancestral? Oh, I just didn't see it. Right, Big Earth. Upgrade this rune. Nice. Now we can deal with Shadow Clone and stuff like that. Or, Shadow Confusion, rather. Much more easily. Because it'll last longer. And then... where's the other one I want to upgrade? Not that. Not that. Although we could upgrade that as well, because it's Astorius, and we have a lot of that. This is what I would use if I didn't have insane mana costs. I currently use my mana activation rune. Because my mana costs are so high. But if I didn't use that build, I would probably go for killed enemies instead. Thornbite is maxed. I could have sworn there was another one I wanted to upgrade. Was it one of these? That one. The repeating one. Nice, now that's also maxed. So when we do Thornbite, we equip this instead. Same thing with Retaliating Foresight. That also works better with the repeating one. Hey, Master Cash. Morning. Man, we're getting 5 additional projectiles from this. That's so nice. I could also do this one for Forge runs. I don't know if I can afford to max this now. One short. I'm gonna try that for the next Forge run. Because by the end of the Forge run, it'll be 140%, which is huge. We're gonna have so many projectiles from that. Let's spend all our Corey as well. 90. I'll spend whatever I have actually on affinities. Nice. That'll make it a lot easier to get primordial versions of Slormreapers for the other two classes. Because this carries over to your alts. Did I say morning to you, Master Cash? I think I did. If not, you get a second one. Good morning. Hello. Hmm, 13. We'll do that one, maybe. Oops, where am I going? Oh, I need upgrades here. Let's merge everything again. You get 2 mornings. Must be Christmas, indeed. I don't think I had enough to even merge into one useful one. Did I? Maybe just one. 12 and above. So we can do a 13 with 50 extra of these. I think. I might want to do the helmet, because that's a big boost to my life pool. Yeah, let's do that. 50 extra harmonies. And up the double chance. And another 57 harmonies. I think. 58. Okay. Boom. Reinforcement 15 on that. And we get 2 more % on the max life multiplier. Not bad. I was originally thinking maybe I should get the cheat death mechanic. The Astoria's Last Stand, or whatever it's called. But honestly, it feels like the max life multiplier helps me more. Especially because of the staggering effects. It just... Instead of having to cheat death, we just never get down to the level where we'd need it. I think that's just better. Alright, what is next? I definitely need some more of these things. We're doing okay on gold. We could dip into the primordial netherworld, just have a look, but I think it's still pretty sketchy. Tenacity, mana on hits. Mana on hits. Let's do this one. Oh, it has Shadow Curse. Sure, let's jump into the deep end. I do have the amulet to cleanse the Shadow Curse. Oh, I got Ice Bomb as well. That's terrible. Alright, we cleanse that one. Managed to avoid some of those. I feel like it would be really nice to just have a ton of shadow resistance and just ignore the Shadow Curse entirely. Because it is by far the most destructive debuff for my build. I just can't do anything if I'm cursed with that. The Shadow Confusion. Although the freezing as well is pretty bad from the ice crash, I think it's called. But we seem to be clearing this one pretty comfortably. With our unethical bow. Burn stacks. Wow. At least it caps out at 10, it seems. So if I can tank the damage from 10, I'm fine. As long as I don't also get Shadow Curse on top of it. Oh, I just ran over that one. Oh, now we have shadow clones as well. Oh, I forgot the portal down here. I guess we were done. We now have maximum nether charge, but I think we need to kill a warlord. Am I using aura for raw lock? I don't think I'm using raw lock in my build. That was Gadden's build. Where is raw lock? I couldn't find it. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I'm not using that. I guess I could use that. I do have some mana reserved, but I don't think I want to reserve that much, because I rely pretty heavily on having... See, my mana goes down so quickly when I shoot. I can only fire 3 or 4 times before going out of mana. If you're only using one aura, it's... Hang on, let's do the math. It would only be... Oh, 183 raw damage from 20%. I don't think it's worth more than this, for instance, then. Because this one gives a multiplier on top. Slightly less flat, but more multiplier. That is certainly much better. But if you reserve a lot of your mana, then raw lock might overtake it. Especially with the multiplier from Big Fury. Because that will multiply the flat. But I'm currently not using raw Fury. Big Fury. We have swapped over to more unethical things. I kinda wanna see what the primordial nether is like. What the warlords are like there. So I guess we'll try to finish this one off. Light totem, that's free. Oh, I guess one thing I should do though while I'm in the primordial nether, I should swap to my other effect rune. Not that one. This one. This one for the enhancement, and then unrelenting thingies for effect. That will prevent some of the shadow debuffs. And some of the freezes as well. Making it a lot more comfortable. I have enough projectiles anyway to clear comfortably. Without the additional 5 or whatever. See, we already have 6 stacks of Unrelenting, so we can negate 6 debuffs. Although I did take a few burns there that will quickly consume them by running over molten lava. Ow. Taking a lot of hits. Yeah, I really feel like the Unrelenting thing is the play here. Wait, I keep saying Unrelenting, but what is it actually called? Retaliating Foresight. That's... and the buff is called Unrelenting. I really feel like this is the play for the Nether. Unless you can stack enough resists to negate the harder debuffs. Yay, we're ice skating! Unrelenting, easy. Now we can run over many shadow things and just ignore them. Oh, never mind, they all got consumed there, somehow. Probably from all the burns on the ground. The primordial being darker and having light only around the cursor is kind of weird. It's the same thing with the Reapers, the Reaper menu. I mean, I see why they did it, because it differentiates it, but it also makes it harder to see on this menu. Not sure I like that. I feel like a different kind of effect to differentiate it would have been better, instead of lowering visibility. These gardens layouts are the worst. It's so hard to navigate. I'm not even bothering to make sure I get the loot. I just want to finish it quickly here. Oh, I left the legendary though. Let's see what that is. And we're skating. Missed out on some loot there, that's fine. Now we can do the boss. And possibly get some nether equipment. We'll see. This will be my first time potentially getting nether equipment. I don't know how the mechanic works exactly. I really didn't do much nether at all, other than just beating the warlords for finishing part 3. That's basically all I did in the nether. The Unrelenting rune seems to be working really well with full upgrades. It seems to stay up a lot while I'm lost in the maze. I'm not seeing a lot of shadow confusion this time, thankfully. Even though I am running over the rune occasionally. I do lose a lot of stacks when I run over molten floor, though. Hey, Calceronity, good morning. Wait, I ran so quickly that I skipped through the barrier and ended up on the opposite side from the breach. Never seen that before. Nice, we can challenge the warlord now. Should be a piece of cake though. Oh shit, I just used all my mana. Okay, we're fine. Yeah, we're just brute forcing this one. I don't think we'll have any trouble here. I'll keep an eye on my debuffs, because I don't want to get Shadow Confusion and just degen to death. But I do have that one cleanse button to counter that once. Oh, I had a shadow debuff there, but I had unrelenting, and it's fine. I think the gear swaps between all the warlords each run you do as well, so if there's a specific part you need, you can search for where it is. Oh, interesting. I see. I didn't even look at the rewards, honestly. I just wanted to try a warlord without even seeing first. He is pretty tanky. I could use a few more victims to speed up the process of warlords boss fights. But we got him. Oh, these are not purple. I'll take one of the ones I don't have already, so this one, for instance. Did I just low roll? Did I just not get it? Maybe I could have re-rolled into it? I don't know. Hunting for primordial warlords. Yeah. Because we have maximum nether charge. I think mine dropped from the boss. Huh. I wonder if it gets filtered, though. I'm not filtering legendaries, but I'm filtering everything else to only show if pure highlighted stats. Surely they wouldn't filter the purples, though, right? Also, wouldn't it... If it dropped, wouldn't it consume nether charge? So it just didn't drop. We just didn't get it. Unlucky. I'm looking at the stats here. Cooldown reduction, area increased effects. Pierce chance, elemental pen, mana leech, mana on kill. Let's do that. These dungeon layouts are also way too confined to be able to dodge ground effects. It just drops from the warlords? Yeah. Oh, we'll have to do another 3 to get to a warlord, I think. The one I'm in doesn't have one. I think it leads to one. Once I've done the 3 that I'm currently doing, right? Or am I mistaken? I don't know. I still really don't know how the purple stuff works. Should show when you click on the map nodes, shows percentage also. Oh. I'll look at the map after this one and see if I can find that. No more ice skating. They got a lot of health added. 75%. Okay, that's not too much. I think they had a shield as well, though. So I'm no longer one-shotting the elites, and thus get trapped in there for a bit longer when I activate a breach. This one hasn't been too bad though. I have to say, I'm a big fan of the Rune of Retaliating Foresight combined with these two. Because it triggers 10 times sometimes, giving me a lot of stacks, and then it just negates all the debuffs. That completely counters the Shadow Clones. Or the Shadow Curse debuff, rather. Among other things. Alright, so 300% pure stat chance, 50% pure stat minimum score for those specific modifiers. Is that what you were talking about? So I can still get other stats, but I just have a much higher chance of getting these ones. Oh, Warlord, okay. Nether chance 15%. I see. So runes are usable by all characters? Hey, Old Man Kool-Aid, yeah. 15% Warlord, or Nether chance. That's pretty low, to be honest. The things that are usable across all characters are... let me see. Where's Corey? All the runes, all the affinities, the ancestral stones, the items you've found and put in your stash, I think. But those require levels to use as well, so they're not going to be immediately useful if you start a new character. I think you keep the gold and the crafting materials as well across characters. So this tab and the gold, but you do not carry over the Slorm. I wish Warlord maps also gave influence. I wish the Nether itself gave you influence as well, so you didn't have to spam battlefields on these annoying layouts. That would be nice, yeah. I think I covered all the things that carry over. There's also some indirect carryover in some of the Slorm Reapers. Some of them have effects based on what you've done on other characters with them. And you can also forge them if you found a Reaper on a different character. Hey, Alio Shafan, welcome. Yay, we're ice skating. Not the easiest layout to ice skate in, but also not the worst. And it's gone. But yeah, I really wish there was a better way to get pure Slorm other than spamming the temple, because the temple is pretty boring once you've done it a few hundred times. It doesn't really change once you go higher level in it. It's just the same bunch of mobs. There we go. Is it Warlord time? No, one more. And then we can do this bat? I think it's a bat. Oh, gardens. Not a fan of the gardens layouts. I think after we do this Warlord, I'm probably just gonna go back to Forge. I like the Forge. It's nice and comfy. I still need more spirits in order to max all the affinities. This build is actually not too bad when it comes to visual clarity, at least when you don't have an imbue. As long as you don't imbue your weapon or your skill, it doesn't spam the map too badly. But it's still hard to see where the pathable parts of the ground are here. Like let me get you an example. Shadow's not that invasive either. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Shadow doesn't spam the screen too much. So yeah, these water parts, it's kind of hard to see them when you're just running around and shooting. And I keep getting stuck on them. Because I don't really see them when there's stuff going on. That's kind of frustrating in the gardens sometimes. It looks cool as well. Yeah, and you get blorms. Little friendly shadow blobs. Although I think just not having an imbue is just the least visual clutter. Because the arrows are very plain and small. Light might be the most clutter, or either light or fire, I think. I was running light for a while and it was incredibly hard to see anything. The ice stays on the floor, yeah. Hey, ARPG. This is not a brain rot game. I think you're just wrong. There's nothing brain rot about this. This is, the thinking man's game. Sure, it's very visually spammy, but it's definitely got a lot of depth to it. The builds are very interesting. I'd say it rivals both PoE and Last Epoch in terms of build complexity. But it's much more accessible at the same time. A lot easier to get into. Just thought it was funny. I see. Yeah, no offense taken. The movement is a little more fast-paced than I'm comfortable with, honestly. Like, having to dodge projectiles and ground effects at such speeds is very difficult for me. I was a bit stunned at what some people made looking at the official Discord build threads. There's a lot of subtle depth to this game. Yeah, definitely. I've only just begun scratching the surface of this game, honestly. My builds have still been very simple. But I can see a lot of the potential. Looking at the Slorm Reapers and the different uniques, I see a lot of potential. I just haven't really finalized any interesting ideas yet. So I'm just grinding. And then I'll level 2 other characters as well. I want to have a lot of resources available to me when I start actually crafting for a more complex build. And preferably, I'd want to find my own build without having to look up someone else's. I've made it through the game so far without looking up other people's builds. I'm just respeccing to this because it seems a very started for mid-game, so it's nice. This is a very simple, generic raw damage build currently. Like, I'm just stacking raw damage and survivability. It can be changed into other skills as well. If you disregard the fork and the rebound specifically, you can do other stats. And yeah, it is a great way to just get to the end game, get to level 100, and finish all the trials without struggling too much. Endgame seems more polished than PoE 2 and Last Epoch. I haven't tried PoE 2 yet because I'm waiting for it to be out of early access, but I would actually agree that the endgame in this is more fun to play than the endgame in Last Epoch. Last Epoch has a lot of fun systems, but I think what it really lacks is the fun feeling of just blasting through maps with massive hordes of mobs and just demolishing everything. That's really missing from Last Epoch. Like, the maps are not that fun to run. But mechanically, Last Epoch has a lot going for it with regard to character builds and crafting items. It's gotten a lot better with the recent season as well. I just hope they keep working on like the feel of the endgame mapping, because it feels a bit lackluster to me. On crafting, what is update item level? You can You can literally just level up the item so that it gains more stats and functions like a level 100 item eventually, if you max it up. Which is why I would probably recommend crafting with items when you reach like level 80 or so, and just update the item level if you want to keep them. You don't have to level all the way to 100 before actually crafting your full set of gear. Yeah, you can increase that item 5 times if you found a 95 item. It's no problem at all. And it's pretty cheap to do as well. Oh, there we go. We found a legendary, but it has crit damage. Wait, not a legendary, another item. If I reroll this, will it still be purple though? I wonder if I can reroll these ones into purple. They did not end up purple. I don't want to risk rerolling away from purple. So I think we just pick this. I don't need that pure stat at all though. It's level 120, that's good. It is, yeah, it's good that it's 120. But can I... Someone mentioned crafting... Oh, graft stats and effects onto it. Okay, so that's what you were talking about earlier. This is a new mechanic to me. How does that work? It's not on this menu, is it? There it is. This tab lets you graft any stat or effect from any equipment to another equipment. Ooh. Okay. So... if I find something... Does it need to be the magic stat slot specifically if I want to replace the critical strike damage? I'm gonna see what I have in terms of bracers. Because I don't know if I have a good pure stat on the bracer slot anywhere. Or on the magic slot. No, they're all on different slots. I assume it needs to be the same item type as well. Like it has to be bracers, probably. I might just hold on to this until I find not the same item type. Really? Oh. I can go ham now, yeah. Yeah, I need to hunt for good triple exclamation mark mods, and they need to be on the magic slot, which I seem to... Oh, there's one. Armor. So I could do that one, maybe. Surely armor can roll on bracers. Maybe. We could try it. I would lose my mana leech. Is that all my mana leech? If I replace my current bracers with that? No, it's half my mana leech. I have another slot somewhere. It's a bit like legendary potential from last epoch. A little bit, yeah. Definitely seems like it might be inspired by it. I think I'll wait to craft this until later. I'm gonna put this in stash tab 4 and do it later. I'll move this out to a different tab. Because I want to make sure I do this right. I don't want to rush it. I can craft three of them. Holy shit. I just realized. I can literally have 3 pure stats with high rolls grafted onto this. That's insane. Wow. So I should get a tab where I just put items that I don't intend to craft on. You can put it on the menu so you can see how it works. Yeah, let's try that. So I could graft crit strike. Wait, am I doing this in the wrong order? No. This is confusing. Oh, extract elemental resists. This can only extract elemental resist? Red arrow between the stats. Oh, okay, we have these red arrows, I see. Yeah, the interface for this is a little bit confusing. But yeah, we could do the triple raw damage onto it, for instance. That would be pretty insane. Holy. That's actually really massive. Is there a damage calculator tool? I don't know. I've not seen one, at least. And if I also found this with... Like, if this dropped and already had pure stats on it that I wanted to keep, like, let's say the critical strike damage was a different stat that I actually cared about, I guess I would have 4 with 3 grafts. That is really cool, but I think I want all the items ready to go before I actually go for it. I think we'll group these items together, because I definitely want triple raw damage. So we'll store them together. And I'll be on the lookout for other good triple... exclamation mark ones. Maybe armor. Armor is good. Raw damage armor. There's another armor. Now we're entering the forever search. Yeah, this is gonna be... Like, if you want the best possible gear, it is countless hours of... First getting nether items for every slot, and then also getting 3 good roll grafts to put on them. It is gonna take a while to get a full set of 120 gear. I don't know if we'll go that deep into this character when we could simply grind more victims and get super overpowered with vengeance. At least there's no leagues for this game. Yeah, I would not want to start over, actually. I think parts of this game are too grindy to be replayed. Like, the fun part is the mid to end game anyway. I don't think starting over would be that enjoyable in this. It was a fun journey the first time, but I wouldn't want leagues for this. Oh, we have triple elemental resist on these pauldrons, actually. Thorns damage. Life regen. Does the level of the item I graft matter at all? I assume the modifier will level up to 120 as well. That's something I'm unsure of yet. Oh. I feel like it would scale to the level. Because it would be really strange to see an item with 3 exclamation marks, but a lower level mod. I think you get higher values on higher level items. Yeah. Still, I'm not sure how to explain what I'm thinking here. Don't have Fenrins? Don't worry about it. Fenrins is not important at all. It is pretty bad, honestly. It rarely triggers. I played the majority of the game without this ring. I honestly considered swapping it out for a different legendary effect as well. That scales and you can level... Oh, can you do the level increase on nether items too? Like this thing, update item level? Can you just go to 120 with update item level if you don't get it as a 120 drop? Okay, that's pretty convenient. Which one would I use instead? For the rings, there's not really that many important ones, honestly. You could do something like the mana on hit one, or one of the rings that give you a healing effect that you can trigger at will. I don't know, there's not... Honestly, don't worry too much about legendaries in general, except for these boots and these gloves. Immortal Grasp and Sorrow's Pact are incredibly powerful. They are a big part of why I'm able to survive it all. Before I got the Vengeance. But the other legendary effects, I guess Midas Collector I would use on every single character always, because it's so comfy. But other than that, other than these 3, I really don't care that much for the legendary effects that I'm using. They're not massively important. Alright, let's just scrap these things. I think I'm gonna take a quick break, though. It's been, wow, 2 hours, 40 minutes with no break. Alright. I'm gonna get some more coffee, and then probably more forge, maybe? Don't have many legendaries, as I said, level 85. Any suggestions to get specific legendaries for the build? No, like I said, you don't really need legendaries. It's not important, other than Immortal Grasp and Sorrow's Pact and the Midas Collector. These are super nice to have. But even these, you can do most of the game without legendaries at all. Like, don't worry about legendary items until you're max level and actually improving or refining the build. I'll be right back with more coffee. we are back with coffee. Let me swap my runes before we go forge again. That one and this one. Great forge. I was thinking about crafting some of my gear again. Also swapping out some stats. Because I realized earlier that we don't need as much fork as we have. It's basically wasted. I should only need 50 fork on this screen, right? Because I have 50 on arrow shot itself. And it adds up to 100 if I have 50 here. Let me confirm that. Wait, no, I even took this off. I don't... Okay, I need 100 here. Wait. I need 100 on the screen. Or 50 plus that node, but I think I'd rather have 100 here. And then use the rebound node instead. Or whatever that other node was. So I need to reduce my fork by 30-ish. On gear. I love ice skating. But yeah, back to the topic of legendary items. I don't think it's worth, like, crafting from a legendary item. You're better off getting a pure stat that you want and then adding your legendary effect. I mean, you can craft from a legendary item if it already has the pure stat that you want. But it's gonna be very rare that you actually find those. The great thing about the crafting in this game is that you can fully customize your items exactly the way you want them to be, as long as you have enough resources to do so. You can make the crafting fully deterministic. No, we're getting a lot of this permanent one. Lots of move speed so far. I think I'll usually just try to go for gold rewards at first, but then if we do get the 200% Reaper Smith spirit reward early on, we'll pivot over to just maximizing spirits, obviously. More Bagarth, probably. I guess Shadow Symbol's not that bad. It's a little bit annoying though. More Adrienne. I think I need a lot more Adrienne actually for one of the runes, if I recall correctly. That's not the Reaper Smith one that I wanted. Overall quality of Slormites. That seems pretty good. 50% less life leech for the entire Forge run is no big deal. We have life on hit as well. As well as the glove buff to heal us. Tenacity, sure. More enemies. Yes, please. I could start thinking about which stats I want for my next character as well, and prepare some higher level gear for them ahead of time. The problem is I don't really know yet what build I'm going for. I'll have to figure that out through experimentation with another class. But one thing is for sure, I'll need some kind of basic defense like armor. And we are collecting that already. I'll probably do another life build though. I'm not gonna do like the shield builds. So max life is good, armor is good. Other than that, I'm not sure yet. For the next character. I mean, just for leveling it, we could just do another basic raw damage build. For simplicity's sake. And then change it later. Oh hi, Siege Leader. He just happened to appear on a wave where they had 100% shields and a bunch of extra life as well. You were on wave 79 last night and took a curse with 277% max life. Ooh, yeah. That gold curse is a trap. I picked it once. I picked it once and never again. It is really rough. What do we get? Slorm quantity and Goldust quantity into Slormaline quality. Slorm quantity. We don't care about Slorm, so let's change this into War Chest quantity. That sounds good. The curse is such a run killer. Yeah, the curse and also the regeneration one where they heal for 2 to 10% of their life every second or something. Depending on whether they're elites or non-elites. If you don't have enough damage to counter that on the stronger enemies, you just get soft-locked. Unable to kill them. And unable to even get the chest. Well, you can die and get the chest. You just don't get the bonuses that go away when you die. Yeah, that's what I did. I just died on purpose when I soft-locked myself there the other day. Honestly, the legendary crafting is... The more expensive part is adding the effect that costs a bit, that costs more than $1 million, but then simply reforging an existing one does not cost that much. It's a few tens of thousands, I think, maybe 60,000 or so. And by the time you actually need legendary effects, you have the resources to do so. But just, like I said, don't worry about it early. They're not important in order to get to the end game. Legendaries are a luxury, not a requirement. I was using epic items for the majority of the game. I only really needed to look into legendaries to get ready for the final boss and the harder nether areas. You didn't use any legendary until 100. I probably equipped some temporarily, but I definitely didn't like fully intentionally craft a specific one until well after 100. Molten lava, sure. Blindness. I'll take that. Hello, Lex Landau. Welcome. If you're looking at that build link, bear in mind that I've swapped the bow for the Vengeance Reaper. Everything else is pretty much the same, but I guess I've gotten a few reinforcement upgrades since then. I want to ask if any hidden curse debuff going on in the Forge. If sometimes my HP starts to degen fast with no HP on me, wave cleared. Huh. Are you sure there's no debuffs on you? Because Shadow Symbol will prevent you from recovering health. It could also be... Also, welcome Booga, welcome in. It could also be that you have an item that staggers damage, like my boots. Or burning, yeah. Bear in mind, if you have the boots that I'm using, the Sorrow Sills Pact, you'll have 10 seconds of taking damage after a big hit. It could be that. I think there's also staggering on belt, which works slightly differently. I don't have that one, but there is one, I think. Your new boot upgrades? Yeah, that would explain it. I think if you're using those boots, you should probably also use the Immortal Grasp gloves. It's a really strong combination. The boots will stagger damage, and the gloves will heal you for most of the duration of the staggered damage. Planning on having that boot effect on my belt? Yeah, I think the belt is probably very interesting if you're doing an Ancestral Strike build. Because I read that any Ancestral Strike will delete the staggered damage so it doesn't even occur. That seems extremely strong. Let's do max life for some more big earth. I don't want to do too much max life on this one, because I'm not quite one-shotting everything. Next grind begins, yeah. There's always another grind in this game, and I love it. It's the best kind of grinding, it's just so much fun. Because you can somewhat deterministically get what you're trying to get. You're not relying too heavily on RNG to get things. If I understand this correctly as well, you can graft on legendary effects from different slots. Really? I didn't realize that. So you could put... Could you actually put literally this effect on a different slot? If you're using another item? But I know for belt there's a different staggering mechanic that is very similar but slightly different. On an actual legendary belt. Yay, we're ice skating. I love this. You can put your helm effect on chest. Ooh, that's sick. Wait. What if we put max life multiplier from this helm on every item that doesn't have a really good legendary modifier? We'd get so much life. They won't stack. Aww. Okay then. Plans ruined. So you can only have one of each legendary modifier. That's a limitation of that, at least. But it does give you a lot of flexibility in which slot to use for which effect, at least. Oh, they're healing. Right, I gave them the ability to heal if they don't take damage for 2 seconds. I should probably focus them down then through the shield here. Thankfully, it's the safe kind of healing buff. As long as I keep hitting them, they will go down. The other one is way worse. I'll do that one. But I guess that means that you can at least do multiple legendaries from the same slot. You just put one of them on a different slot through grafting. So if you really wanted the effects from 2 different pairs of boots, you could at least do that. That gives a lot of flexibility. I love that. I actually do want that. Ooh. That means I don't have to choose between the max life multiplier and the cheat death mechanic. I could put the cheat death mechanic on a different item. The, Astoria's Last Stand, I think it's called. So instead of min-maxing boots, you can just min-max every legendary effect. Yes? I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, I think I see what you mean, yeah. You can literally just pick from the entire legendary mod pool, not specific slots. Yeah. But it does take one of your grafts, right? You have 3 grafts available. So instead of getting a pure stat for your graft, you're getting a legendary mechanic from a different slot. That is a trade-off. So you'd only really want to do it if you actually needed 2 different legendary mechanics from the same slot. Because you'll be sacrificing the potential for a pure stat. I think I'll still do it with the move speed multi while wearing other boots. I honestly don't think I want to go any faster than I'm going right now, because it's so hard to control with a keyboard. If you have too much movement speed, it's just you're gonna run past the portals when you're trying to enter them. Maybe it's easier with a controller though. I haven't tested this game on a controller. I wonder if you can actually slow down on purpose by not fully engaging the controller, like just slightly moving the stick. Or if you always run at max speed anyway. I'm stuck. Uh-oh. I almost died there. I might still die. No, we're fine. You either run or you don't. Oh. Well, it would give controller an unfair advantage if you could modulate your speed. On the other hand, aiming with the mouse is already a huge advantage over controllers for some builds. You can keep your 30% mana multiplier, which is the best, but then also get +1 totem and add it on amulets where there's normally only a weak effect. Yeah. Definitely. Seems like a good option to have. Three is melting. What, 3 totems? Nice. You're also on totems right now. Cool. Are you guys using any elements? Like ice or fire or anything like that? Lightning imbued 1 HP. Nice. Random curse? No thanks. It's not random, it's health. Let's not do that. Light totem, we'll do that. I don't think I could handle 700% max HP with my current damage. Biggest concern is the edge of map character following. Oh yeah, on some layouts, the camera can't go any farther, so you just lose track of your character. I've experienced that as well. Yay, ice skating. Love it. Following wave has 25% more enemies. I actually feel like it should just keep following your character and keep the character in the middle, even though you're at the edge. Despite the fact that you'd see less of the map, it would be way less disorienting if the character would remain in the middle. I keep forgetting to activate. Yeah, the active camera is only about the mouse changing your view slightly to the sides. That's not really what we're talking about, Selim. Also, hi, BizLemon. I'll demonstrate it later on a battleground, what I mean. We could try it with and without active camera, but I don't think it's going to make a difference for the effect that I'm talking about. I can't demonstrate it that well in the Forge, though. Because I can't get that far out to the side of the area. Tips for Adam Nostris. A clear F, 8 easy, but it keeps one-shotting me. I think you have to dodge the one-shot abilities, really. I think he's actually just a mechanical fight where you need to play well enough to not get hit. Maybe. I don't know. I have a highlighted video on my Twitch channel of my first Adam Nostris kill. I don't know if there's any knowledge to gather from that. You can stack enough defense to tank some of his abilities, at least. Read what his next attack will be with the icon above his head. Oh, yeah, that's a good call as well. Put the degen circles in the corners. True. It does help to have a stronger character as well, so you don't have to play the mechanics for as long. But what if your screen is full of yellow projectiles? Then you're kind of out of luck. Maybe change your build into something that doesn't spam the whole screen. At least temporarily. I wonder if Adam Nostris' level will scale to my level if I try him again now. Has anyone tried the low effects setting? I have not. We could do that right now. Let's see what it does. Only says minor effects. I think I noticed that there's no impacts when I hit the enemies. Like when the arrows intersect with enemies, there's fewer impacts. You don't see as much of a visual clutter from that. That actually helps my visual clarity a bit. Let's check. Yeah, see those round splashes when they impact with the enemies? Those get turned off with low effects. That is honestly a lot easier to see without those. It might actually be better to play with low effects, not for the performance, but for the visual clarity of it. Finally dropped Aeondi, nice. Now you can make a really strong light build if you want. Max life is fine. Hopefully they'll add like some games where you can lower the effect's visibility. I mean, that's literally what it does though. It just turns off some of the more cluttery effects. I'm already fully invested in light. Do you have the ring that gives damage based on your shield? Because that's pretty huge for Aeondi Primordial. Auzen, yeah. Or Auzen, or whatever. Something like that. I actually played Aeondi without that ring, and it was still pretty powerful. I had a lot of shield, at least. But I could have had a lot more damage if I'd used the ring effect as well. I don't actually remember which spirit type I need the most of right now. I honestly think I'll keep playing with low effects, just for the visual clarity. I like it. I like seeing what's going on. But I hope it doesn't hide enemy effects that are important. Because that would be a big no-no. Like, I don't want to... Let's try it out with large fire waves, actually. That one is a good test. It still shows those. Okay, that's good. And it also still shows the whole telegraphing circle for ground effects, so that's good. Invincible enemy. I think like Hero Siege, you have a percentage scale on effect visibility. Oh, okay. I don't think I've tried that. What kind of game is Hero Siege? Is that more of a... That sounds like a tower defense type game, but I could be completely wrong. Could you maybe leave a link to it in the Discord on the games channel? If it's a game you'd recommend, that is. Similar to Diablo. Oh. Interesting. Similar to this, but way less content. Oh. So it's another ARPG. Kind of. Move speeds. Don't know if I'd recommend it. Haven't played much, and they charge for inventory space. Oh, it's one of those. I see. But yeah, I'm not really in the market for another ARPG currently, because we have so many good ones right now. Like, including this one. There's Last Epoch, which I'll probably play next season. Possibly Path of Exile 2 when it's out of early access. And ARPGs take a lot of extra time. So, yeah, I don't want to turn the channel into a dedicated ARPG channel. Used to be like a roguelike, but now it's more of an ARPG with minor roguelike stuff. So they changed the game a lot then. That's interesting. That's pretty rare that they completely changed the direction of a game like that. I guess another example of that would be when Hitman added Freelancer. That is a pretty major change. Although they didn't change the existing content, they just added a different game mode entirely that became really popular. Do I still need Adrienne? I think I do, right? I'm actually a little bit torn on the whole low effects setting. I guess if it changed game type all of a sudden, that's why it has mixed reviews. That could be a contributing factor, yeah. Also, hello, Raffies. Welcome in. Should probably also read the actual wording of the negative reviews to see what people are complaining about. That's what I usually do. I don't just check the score, but also the exact issues that people complain about. I think those are way more interesting than positive reviews as well. Like, just read all the negatives and see what people don't like about the games. Even on a mostly positive game, that can be really helpful to determine whether or not you're gonna play a game. Maybe that's a bit of a pessimistic outlook, though. I have been known to be a pessimist sometimes. Seals of Blindness. I'll do that. I do that when selecting places to live on booking for vacation. Yeah, that's a good place to employ that tactic for sure. Because the satisfied customers aren't going to leave a review a lot of the time. The dissatisfied ones definitely will. You'll link it though? Thanks. Challenge rarity. Let's do lightning bolts upon dying. Man, this music is so good. It never gets old. What do I pick here? Probably damage. Get more gold. I don't want more life, and I don't want these. I can take some more damage, that's fine. They have like 20 plus classes, which I thought was interesting. Also bought it during a sale. Okay. I'm a little bit torn on the whole low effects. kind of miss the impacts, like the satisfying impacts of the arrows. But it is a lot easier to see, or at least a little bit easier to see without them. I might go back and forth on that. We'll see. For now, I'll keep it off. Even more damage? Can I tank that? I don't want to die this late in the run. Let's just do speed. Life regen, slow fireball. Man, these lightning bolts are really adding to my skill cooldowns a lot when there's so many of them. When you get the effect you want on first try. Did you? Did you get the effect you wanted? Oh, legendary effect, maybe? Ooh. Crit and evasion is okay. Doesn't seem to do much. Although I guess it's hard to tell if it does anything. I can't really see when the enemies crit. Other than taking a lot of damage out of nowhere. Ran out of Slormancer with it. Ooh, that's risky. 30% more max life. I want the gold. I'm too greedy. I should have the damage for that. Although these projectile shields are starting to get pretty crowded. I should Rain of Arrows them. No biggie on slots without previous effects. Unless the effect has some kind of destructive quality to it. Like if you change the way your gear works entirely because of the legendary effects. I know there's some examples of that where it can be negative. Like you could get projectiles fire in all directions instead of in front of you, which you might not want for a build. If you want to focus your damage in front of you. That's just one example. But I guess you probably looked at the mod pool before trying. If you use the build planner, you can see all the legendary mods per slot there and figure out which one you want ahead of time. I don't know which one of these ones I want. I'm so sick of the lightning bolts. I'm probably just gonna do... Ice Ray is actually fine. Because I can cleanse it even if I don't stand in the bubble. Another fireball. I think the cooldown of the cleanse works out to be almost exactly the same as the cooldown of the ice ray. Maybe a little bit longer. Also helped saving costs on reroll with locking stats and rolling stats, all stats instead of per category. Oh! Wait, that's an option for legendary rerolling? You just lock everything else? That's a neat trick. I didn't consider that. That should be way cheaper. I think. I don't actually know the cost for rerolling all the scores. but I would assume it's cheap. It helped when rolling for max slot on everything. Yeah, I can imagine. I have not been that strict with my roll requirements. I settle for like 90% of max, I think. That's usually my philosophy in these types of games. I don't go for perfect gear, I go for good enough gear. Generally. There is a point of diminishing returns when trying to min-max, for sure. I guess in this game, diminishing returns don't hit that hard, but in a lot of other ARPGs, you really do waste a ton of resources trying to get the max roll. Right, we swapped the bow so we can loot the Slorm. Pretty balanced amount of spirits. Nothing over 10k. 2.6 million gold is pretty good. No drops for, no item drops. Wait, okay, they were just delayed. Back to Vengeance. Movement speed, 1 exclamation mark. Attack speed, 2 exclamation marks. And that was a new legendary that I hadn't collected yet. That's cool. At this point, I think we don't settle for 1 movement speed. We want, or 1 exclamation mark. We want 2 or 3 at least. Or at least 2. Preferably 3. On our pure stats. Before considering keeping an item. Especially when we're trying to graft onto our purple gear. We don't settle for 2. Even. How are we doing on these things? I have one of these. So I can reinforce another one. We shouldn't do the bracers, because I have a purple pair of bracers. When poor, it helps going for the double reinforce. Yeah, I've been doing that recently. Wait, what is this? Huh? I've accidentally equipped an item, I think. I might have... Jeez, I might have disenchanted my main armor. My smith? Oh, there's nothing in here. Holy crap, I might have broken my main armor. Damn. Where is it? Oh, that's so painful. Oh, maybe it's in here. That's it. Okay, it was in here. Whew. We saved it. How did that happen? Yeah, I got really lucky that we saved it, but I don't know how that happened. I've been playing without my main armor for so long. I'm gonna check every single slot to make sure it's actually correct. I mean, it should be it. They have all the icons on them. Mana on hit. Yeah, I feel like there should be a lock function on your gear. Like, lock it onto a slot so that it's impossible to accidentally equip something else. Because it is way too easy to lose track of your gear. And just accidentally scrap it or put it somewhere else. Ugh. I'm really glad we found it, though. It auto-swaps to what you upgrade. Oh. Well, only if you leave, right? No, then it puts it back in there. With like skills? Oh, like when you upgrade skills. Yeah, true. I can't do it now because I've maxed everything, but I could unequip. And then if I upgrade this, it changes, it swaps over to this. Yeah. I think we just sell this. I no longer care about 1 exclamation mark mana on hit. But I am super happy that this was not lost forever. And I still have no idea how it happened. And I don't even know for how long I've been playing with it. Also, hey, Seek Live. Sorry if I didn't say hi to you immediately. I was very flabbergasted by my gear gone missing. What do I upgrade next, though? Maybe the belt? And we could swap that for fork chance to something else. Because I don't need over 100. I'll reinforce it first, though. Can I do multiple? What did I just do? What is control click? Control right click, what does that do? Did I just sell it? Or scrap it? Holy shit, I think I destroyed it. No! I just destroyed all my... No, I threw them on the ground. Ah, it's because this trash button, or trash thing, it's actually not destroy, it's drop on the ground. Wait, can I cheese the achievements that way? Find on enemies. I think you can cheese the achievements by dropping them and picking them back up. Interesting. Learning new exploits. What was I doing? I was trying to reinforce the belt. And I was trying to control click to see if I could move more than 1 item at a time without moving the whole stack, but I couldn't. So let's move 108 of these 1 at a time. And then double reinforce to 100% with no failure. And yes, fork. Fork can go. Let's see how much fork we actually have now. 131. Can we make it fit actually just over 100 somehow? 13, 19, 12, almost 13. I think we can get rid of 2 of the 13s maybe. Or a 19 and a 13. That would be pretty close. Right. No, that's too much. I can't get rid of that much. 12 and 19 is also just over the amount I need to get rid of. I don't want to go under 100% because that would reduce my forking. I think we just get rid of 2 of the ones that are close to 13. So that one, we'll get rid of that one. And that one probably. That's 26-ish in total. Oh, I can see it on my character screen. 105, so I can't really get it any lower than that without going under. That looks good though. Unlock the fork. Oh, this is already unlocked. What are the other options here? Tenacity. Someone was saying I should try tenacity. To be more resistant to crowd control. I could also do shadow resistance. For that specific annoying debuff. I might do that actually. We'll see what we get first. If we get tenacity first, we keep it. If we get shadow resistance first, we keep that. Right? There's no life available here, no max life. Only regen. Yeah, we don't go for that. Shadow resist, first try. Okay, I'll keep it. Can I lock literally everything and then reforge all scores for very cheap? Yes. I have to make sure I actually lock everything then. Lock max life. Lock all damage reduction. Lock life on it. Wait, that one can be reforged as well in terms of scores, because it's pretty low. It's the minimum roll, actually. Why did I keep that? Max life is good enough. We'll keep that locked. And now the only unlocked stats are the ones I want to reroll the scores of. So let's see what we get. Whenever I hit a good roll on one of them, I'll lock that one. Oh shit, I forgot the legendary max multiplier as well. Damn. I need to keep an eye on that. Oh, the life on hit hit the max roll. Where is it? This menu could use some quality of life, honestly. I wish it was longer so I could see more of the options. It's quite generous with giving max rolls. I've noticed that. I think it has a higher chance to get a max roll than it has to get any other roll. It does seem like it's got some kind of pity system there. Because it's not uncommon to hit the max roll pretty early on with 3 rolls. Okay, let's reforge all again. And if the max life multiplier hits 33, I'll probably individually roll the shadow resist, because I think it's going to be too expensive to lock the legendary. We'll see. 32. How expensive is it to lock a legendary? Oh, it's very cheap. Only one... Well, it's very cheap in money, but... Sorry, it does cost 1 Slormancer thing. I'll do it. There's so many numbers in between, but somehow you regularly hit the maximum exactly. Yeah. It definitely feels weighted towards max. Which feels nice. If it feels like you're getting lucky when in fact the game is just being generous, but it's a good feeling. See? We got the max roll pretty easily there. Right, that should be good for that one. Alright, how do I have to do this one? I need to... I could do some locking here as well. Lock the rebound chance. Lock... Wait, do I need this armor pen? Or am I over the armor pen cap? 133. So... I could remove armor pen from a different item if I have a lower roll of it somewhere. Do I not have any other armor pen? Is it all from the passive tree? I don't see any other... Oh, there. This one and this one, okay. But if I take that one off, I'm going under 100. So I'll lose some damage. I'll hold off on that for now. I forgot which item I was going to remove fork from. Was it this? I think it was. I feel a little bit fried, honestly. Doing this crafting is so nerve-wracking because I don't want to accidentally overwrite my stats or just break something. It feels like it's very easy to accidentally do something wrong here if you misread what option you're selecting. Oh, this movement speed should also be rerolled. Wait, no, it's a pure stat. What am I saying? Lock it. That one's maxed out. Lock that. I guess I could try to roll a higher armor pen on this. And then remove something else. I'm not going to bother. On the other hand, it doesn't matter if I don't lock this. Even if I low roll the armor pen, I'm not really losing anything. But I do want to lock... Wait, first of all, lock the raw damage. Wait, maybe reroll the range first. Reforge the range on raw damage so that we get a higher one there. And then we can remove the fork chance and get something else there. I might end up with a lower or higher armor pen, but I don't care. And I'm not really looking at the legendary belt modifier either. I don't think that one's very important. I might actually swap the belt modifier to something else. I think we just go for the max roll on the raw damage here. There we go, easy. Lock it. Unlock the fork chance. The armor pen ended up being almost the same, so that's fine. What can we get on this one then? Attack speeds. Life on hit. Tenacity. We can't get resists on this. Yeah, I think we're going for attack speed, life on hit, or tenacity. Whichever one rolls first. I don't really care which one we get here, honestly. Attack speed it is. And then reforge all scores. Oh, we got max armor pen. Not that I care too much about it, but I'll keep it locked then. Now we're just trying to max the attack speeds. We can try this 1,000 times. Or 1,751 times. So we're pretty much guaranteed to hit it. There we go. The life regen multiplier didn't really go too far in either direction. I think it stayed about the same. And now my fork chance is still above 100. And I also have a little bit of shadow resist. That's a decent little optimization, I guess. I could still do more, but it's not that important. Trying to see if there's any other stats I could get rid of here. 137 armor pen. Do I have 37? No, I can't really get rid of armor pen without going under. Maybe after we've reinforced again. These are already 15 though. So that'll be a while. Right, did we check the forge after doing... Or check Corey after doing the forge? I don't think we did. This one's 14, we can get that to 15. I think that's all the runes I'm using, right? Additional proj, unrelenting, thornbite. Mana kills. Effect rune. Rune stack, yeah. Trigger every 10 and reduce constraint. Yeah, I think that's all the runes we're using. We don't have to upgrade the rest. So I'll spend the rest of my Reaper's Mist Spirits on just affinity. I'll need a lot of Adrienne and Begarth. And a little bit of the others. We're done with Hagen too. Alright. Man, I wonder how long I've been playing with the wrong body armor on. I honestly have no idea. I'm just really glad I found it. Alright guys, I think I'm too fried to continue right now. It's been a really fun stream. Bit of a long one as well. 7 hours today. I'm gonna end the stream here. Thank you guys so much for watching. It's been a blast today hanging out with you guys and talking about Slormancer. Such a good game. I guess we've also been talking about other ARPGs a bit. Talked a bit about Path of Exile and Lost Epoch and gaming in general. But yeah, I'll probably take tomorrow off, but there's a pretty good chance I'll stream again on Sunday. So not tomorrow, but the day after. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you have a great weekend, and hopefully I will see you next time. Bye for now.